Good morning. Good morning. We're quickly approaching that 7,400 level for an open in the S&P cash. VIX is higher. SPY's lower, obviously. VIX is higher. We do have the 2025 call spread in VIX. Yields are higher. US 10-year at the highs of the week. And for the month of July, exceeding June's high. All right, so we do have a range expansion. The S&P futures are down 74.50. Okay, if you took those SPY put flies, I never got back into them, but if you did take them, you're quickly approaching the 735 area. Inside that 740 wing, maybe take some of these off if we get a bounce. Christine Lagarde is speaking. All right, crude oil is up. Okay. She's been droning on for at least a half an hour or so, I would imagine. Maybe 45 minutes. Not really saying much. Okay, so it could get nasty with the core WinM where it is. Down here at 4. The spasm risk that this implies, since core 1M has been below 8 for the last few weeks, since the end of June, not unexpected. Hopeful that Google's earnings would be better. Raising capital expenditures forecast for the year as much as $205 billion. Kind of spooking the markets, I believe. While the increased investment reinforced confidence in long-term AI growth, it also renewed concerns over how quickly these massive expenditures will translate into profits. I did notice that Claude's asking for more money. I was doing some programming, if you will, kind of loosely said. I'm not a programmer, I'm an architect. Anyway, I was doing that, and Claude, a window popped up and said, in order to continue using our service or whatever, they wanted me to upgrade my service. I'm already paying, but they wanted to upgrade. So Gemini has yet to do that. I would imagine that's going to start popping up soon, Gemini. All these AI services are going to ChatGPT is whatever they've been charging for a while. Grok is free if you have a subscription to X Pro. Anyway, Netflix is trying to push back up. What is SK Hynix? I saw some news about SK Hynix. That's at 170 and change. SK Hynix, SKHY, up pre-market over here. in the top of yesterday's wick. What's Micron doing? Micron was higher last night, slipped a little bit. You can see where Micron was last night, way up here. Okay, almost made it to 1,000. Okay, so if you look at tick cumulative over the last week, over the last few days especially, it looks like institutions have been selling underneath the rise that we saw in semiconductors. New York Stock Exchange looked okay too at the close yesterday. New York Stock Exchange was above the 21-day. We'll see when it opens where we will be, I should say. So how does one prepare for a gap down like this on news? Well, you had to have some protection prior to. Like I said, with me, I had VIX calls. I did have SPY put flies. I never put those back on because it looked like we were just going to keep staying above the 50-day. Today we're going to open below the 50-day, and you can see support levels are way down here. 740 is a major level. Okay, so we might bounce here, 740, 7,400. Okay, so 7,400 to 7,500. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. So, I mean, you could probably scalp puts. We're probably going to continue to move lower. I don't like buying puts at the low. I'd like to see at least a bounce. The VIX calls, I might do something with that. Might take some of that off. All right, let's get ready for the open. Make sure my volume is up there. Okay, cool. Let me get Discord up and running. Okay, we've got snowflake bouncing. Okay. 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Okay, we are open. Okay, looking for a test of 7,400.
Extreme low tick alert. Low tick alert minus 800.
Okay. All right, test 7,400 potential. Okay, I'll post that here shortly. Okay, looks like shorts covering, shorts starting to cover. All All right, shorts are starting to cover. Okay, so if this continues to be a problem, excuse me, a problem, if we don't bounce, or if we get a mediocre bounce and roll over, I'm going to buy some puts probably. Maybe that expire tomorrow. We'll see. SPY's down here at the low, getting a nice little pop here. People taking profits, shorts covering. Okay, VIX, that's up quite a bit. Rocket Labs, looking for that to follow through. It was up yesterday. Okay, stocks are catching a little bid here. Okay, what's SK Hynix doing? SK Hynix. Okay, SNXX, bouncing, Micron. Okay, at the highs, Micron. Okay, Rocket Labs, RKLB. Okay, a little gap down, looking for a bounce. There's only about, let's see, there's only 190. Well, it's not too bad. 195 stocks advancing on the S&P 5, 205 stocks advancing. Wow, they're buying the dip. That's impressive. They're buying the dip, or at least shorts covering for now. That's a good sign. Okay, this spasm lower is going to have an impact on Core 1M. Core 1M, it jumped to 7. Okay, that's a good sign. Bullish. Buy the dip. Not yet. Let's see if this follows through. Ay, ay, ay. It's never pleasant when the markets don't go your way. But on the other hand, I don't think anyone expects the markets to go up every single day without a respite. Respite. Okay. Macy's was up yesterday. What's Macy's doing today? Macy's at the 21-day looking for a bounce. Okay, let's look at what is actually moving right now. Probably defensive names. DGX. Quest Diagnostics, big gap up. Quest Diagnostics gapping up this morning. Thermo Fisher gapping up. URI, United Rentals gapping up. Mondo's been saying that his business is picking up. That's the Northeast, of course, and New Jersey specifically, North Jersey. But this trend is continuing. United Rentals, think construction related. Think about all these data centers that are being built. Think about all the ancillary trades that need to be employed. Yesterday, there was a lot of conversation about how schools no longer have shop class or woodworking or whatever. There's a desperate need for trained professionals, plumbers that know what they're doing, electricians, steel workers, iron workers, HVAC. All of these businesses are flocking towards these data center build outs. So yeah, while Google's earnings weren't received very well right here for the spending, we're sitting right at the 200 days. So let's see if we get a bounce. We'll look for a bounce on Google. Last night we had moved a bit higher. People were taking shorts off, taking their shorts off. Microsoft trying to bounce, Apple trying to bounce. Nothing on the New York Fang at the moment. Google needs to bounce. S&P is still moving here. S&P. Okay, S&P is on the move. Let's see how far it goes here. Okay, what's VIX doing? VIX. All right, VIX, big drop. Okay, I'll hold on to these VIX call spreads for now. In case it gets really ugly today. S&P 500, nice bounce so far. Okay, NVIDIA bouncing. NVIDIA bounce. Our dips getting bought. All right, the dip is getting bought on NVIDIA. Okay, S&P is climbing. Okay, so this looks like people can't pass this one up. S&P climbing. All right. Shorts covering for now. We're looking for a follow through. If it doesn't and rolls over, we'll know that was just short covering. Mostly a lot of short covering, I would imagine. AMD climbing. SK Hynix is climbing. Okay, chips getting a bid. What's Micron doing? Micron rising. Okay, back up. This looks pretty good, actually. Micron, NVIDIA, SNDK, AMD, SK Hynix. Okay, so far so good. Let's see. SK Hynix, taking out yesterday's high. Okay, I have some some put credits I need to take off. Those are doing all right. Okay. SK Hynix climbing. All right, they're buying the dip so far. Fingers crossed. SK Hynix. I need to update the ribbon here. SK Hynix. Okay, on the move. 74. Is this too good for traders to pass up? Shorts covering, people buying. Okay, S&P on the move. Looks good. Okay, AMD, SK Hynix, SpaceX, Rocket Labs, all of these are bouncing. Okay, NVIDIA just retreated. Probably just some short covering for now. Broadcom was pretty active this week early. SK Hynix. Micron. About to take out, let's see, that's after hours. Let me take a look at Micron. Micron. Okay. The opening range, or excuse me, the pre-market high is right there overhead. You see it, that purple line? I added one line to my script to plot the high during the pre-market session. We know that if it breaks out above the pre-market high, the only reason it's going to do that is because new money's coming in and institutions are buying. You can see that purple line right there. That's the pre-market high. Micron. Okay, it was very active pre-market. Any news today? Let's see, Micron. Major vote of confidence from Bank of America. Secures major Tesla memory chip allocation 1 hour ago. All right, so these are good things. It's not a stock or company that you trade for the faint of heart because this thing can move in opposite directions as you've seen recently. Okay, so this looks good. Bank of America. What, you want more? Don't you get filled up, cat? Okay. Okay, S&P still climbing. Okay, it looks good. Okay, we're about to take out the, okay, you don't want to buy on this candle. You want to buy on the close of this candle. Let's see, is this the 2 minute? It's supposed to be the 2 minute. Okay, watch Micron here. Micron. SK Hynix turned up, looks good. Micron. So far, so good for the chips. Intel higher. Okay, Intel's bouncing as well. Okay, there's your pre-market high right there. We're at the pre-market high. Okay, we closed below it. We didn't close above it. So we have to wait for this next candle. If you're going to trade before the opening range completes, this is one other technique. Wait for the pre-market high. If the pre-market high gets taken out on volume, that's a buy signal for a scalp. Micron, looking for the break higher. Micron. Tesla's down post earnings. Let's see what they said over at Tesla. They missed expectations. Earnings growth is still pretty strong, 20%, 22%, revenue growth 25%, but they missed by a wide margin, 22 cents. The whisper was 55. Consensus estimates was for 76 cents. So they missed by 43 cents. That's a lot. So Tesla's down. Micron. All right, we need to close above. A lot of times people will buy this run up. They'll chase. It doesn't make it back above the pre-market high, which is what this is telling you, that line right there. It doesn't make it back above the pre-market high. See that volume? So Micron's got a bunch of deals, and that's helping the stock. Oopsie. Okay, Micron's probably going to keep going here. I want to see it close, though. I want to see the close. All right, Micron's still pushing. Micron looking really good. I already have a position, so I'm not going to do much with Micron. Micron.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Okay, Micron going. All right, so if you're going to trade the open, we've got to close above that candle. Stop would be just below that candle for a scalp. Let's see. 2 to 1. 2 to 1. I'll put a stop right there or below this candle. Below that candle. Nothing yet. No follow through. S&P pulling back. All right, so Apple, SK Hynix at the highs. Okay, let's see what Core 1M is at 730, climbing very quickly as the S&P and the individual stock volatility vols are coming closer together. The vol on the S&P is climbing. The vol on the individual stocks that have been chased are coming closer, coming down. So that looks better. Okay, no follow through yet on Micron. It's good news. Once people see it, maybe we get a little follow through. SK Hynix, open. That's the pre-market high right there. Needs to take out the pre-market high on volume. So we're waiting for the opening range. We've got about 11 minutes to go. Rocket Labs, RKLB, Rocket Labs moved above its pre-market high, turning back down, along with the S&P. S&P rolling over. All right, so this was definitely short covering and a mix of people going long quickly. Okay, Intel bounce. Intel with earnings tonight. A surprise from Intel would definitely settle the market. You would think, right? Okay, SK Hynix. Okay, let me cancel. I got a couple of limit orders I want to cancel. Cancel that. S&P still fading. Looking for a bounce at VWAP. Hedge flows. Okay, that 7,400 is still looming down there. $7,400. Okay, still drifting. Probably going to see that. I would think we'd see that 7,400 tested. The way this is going so far, no follow through. Chips are okay. They did bounce. Micron fading back down now. Micron. It's early. It's only 9:51 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Betty, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Patiently waiting for the powers that be, the ones that run the markets, what their verdict is going to be. Do we continue to drop off? Do we test 7,400? Hard to say right now. Core 1M did get a nice jolt higher. It's currently 750, so that's a nice pop in Core 1M. All right, this drop is definitely helping in that respect. All right, let's see what VIX is doing. VIX. We're going to bounce VIX. Okay, VIX above the 200-day. So I'm holding on to VIX calls. All right, looks like we're trying to bounce here. Okay, we're at VWAP. Okay. Non-zero day, yeah. So far, so good. AMD, everything is bouncing. All right. Micron. Nice move on Micron. Good job there, David. Good job. Okay, looks like we're going to stay above Micron. Okay, so you'll have a buy signal here, opening range coming up. Okay, so we need to get back above that pre-market high right there. Okay. If you scalped it, you probably got stopped out already anyway. But looking for a second trade, looking for opening range, which will be up here. Okay. Rocket Labs, RKLB. Okay, get above that pre-market high. That'll tell us a little bit. Let's see if there's any news. Micron, I just want to. SK Hynix fading, AMD fading, Rocket Labs. Can we get a pop out of NVIDIA? LITE, that's been active this week. LITE, momentum clearing the 50-day. LITE clearing the 50-day on volume. LITE. So let's go through a few of these that are performing this morning. Roper Industries, ROP, occasionally on the IBD 50. Roper, big gap up. I don't know if you can see that wick. It's so light. Drop down to the 50. Big bounce back. Wow. 30-point bounce. 28-point bounce. With $300 stock. No surprise. Micron, still looking for Micron to break out. It's pulled back now. Okay. Diamondback Energy, Diamondback. Energy stocks. Let's see what some of these look like. Chevron, ExxonMobil, PSX, refiners will do well. EOG Resources, APA. So energy looks good. XLE. Nebius, that started off the week very strong. Nebius trying to clear the 50-day. Broadcom trying to clear the 50-day. Okay, I won't do anything until we get above the 50-day. Maybe consolidate a little bit. Okay, Intel fading a bit. Intel with earnings tonight. Let's see. Honeywell, Industrials, Honeywell, nice looking chart. Pre-market high, you can see right there. We've moved above it. Honeywell. Keep an eye on this for a minute. This looks pretty hot. Honeywell. Mm-hmm. Hedge flows, we'll look at that again. Net OI. Okay, lots going on here. Let's zoom out. Non-zero day. You can see 7,400 is a pretty decent level. It gets pretty thick positive gamma down below 7,400. 0 day. There's a 99 percentile probably right there. Nope. Okay, so we're in bounce territory. We just need to see if institutions are interested. Honeywell's still looking good here. Just look at this real quick. You can see all this positive gamma right here. That's support. Could come down and test it before we move higher, if we move higher. 0 day. This is non-zero day. See, there's a little resistance right there. Positive gamma. If we push through this, we could see some dip buying. Dealers buy the dip, sell the rip. Still fairly purple. Let's go out to next week and see how they're positioning. Let's look at next week, Thursday. Okay, you can clearly see all that red. All that red is telling you negative gamma below. Not a lot of support below. Mm-hmm. 74 up in this area, right where we are. Okay. Okay, so no surprise there. If we don't hold this level, things can get ugly. What am I doing here? Okay, so we need to hold. For now, there's positive gamma, and it's non-zero day, so that's good. And if we look at, like we were looking at before, net OI, looks like they're going to test this. I mean, why wouldn't they? It's right there. We're in the lower half of the 100-point range, 7,400 to 7,500. Okay, SK Hynix turning back up. Honeywell looks really good. Honeywell looks really strong. Okay, so XLI Industrials, XLI. Okay, so look at the look at XLI. Industrials are pretty strong here. Wow, that's a pretty impressive bounce. XLF, financials gapping down. What's Citigroup doing? Citigroup gapping down, looking for a bounce. Okay, so we all know that the markets have a lot of noise. You hear that often. Ignore the noise. That said, we looking at the core 1M, that's telling us that it's a lot better. 742. That's pretty good. So here's Citigroup bouncing. The banks look okay. Let's look at the other sectors. XLB. So XLC Communications. That would be Meta, Netflix, Google. Google's down. So Google. Okay, Google looking for buyers here near the 50-day. Looking for a hammer, really. That's what I'd like to see. Intel. Okay, so we're past the opening range now. Let's look at Roper, Light. I like the CSX, Rails, CSX. Opening range high is overhead. We're sitting on top the pre-market high. Datadog, Rocket Labs, RKLB, Rocket Labs. Get back above the pre-market high right here. And then opening range, Rocket Labs. Gapped up yesterday, didn't follow through. It gapped down today thanks to the weakness. What is that? That is... Who is that? That's Cerebras bouncing, CBRS. That had a really nice pop yesterday morning. And look at how they sold the hell out of this. Okay, we're above the pre-market high, right? No, pre-market high is just overhead. We're just making it through the opening range high right now. Cerebras, CBRS. Opening range. All right, Cerebras. All right, S&P is trying to hold the level here. NIMO is at minus 37, so that could get worse before it gets better. Tick cumulative is still showing they're selling into strength, okay? They're selling more than they're buying. Tick cumulative is dropping. So depending on how far we bounce here, I'm going to buy some puts. I just got to see if this can move a bit higher. Okay. Actually not a bad bounce so far, folks. Semis look okay. All right, so we were looking at sectors. Okay, so this was XLY, XLP. You can see that we're shifting to more defensive rotation. Real estate bouncing at the 20-day, 20 days up and to the right. Might be worth a shot. Take a look at some of the real estate. Utilities are up. Industrials are up. Okay. Utilities. Retail is down. Consumer discretionary is down. More than almost half of consumer discretionary is Amazon and Tesla. Both of those are lower. There goes Cerebras. Cerebras going some more. Okay. Pre-market highs right there. Just keep looking at this 7,500 or 7,400 level. Intel's at the pre-market. Intel is at opening range high. Intel earnings tonight. Let's see what they do. Intel.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, there's your low tick. So they're going to push this lower. Okay, CoreWeave. What's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave. Okay, following through. CoreWeave looking pretty good. CoreWeave. Pre-market highs right there. Opening range highs just below. SK Hynix trying to get back above the high. Micron. It's a lot of good news on Micron. Depends on if the market thinks it's good. Okay, well, they were saying something about SK Hynix this morning. Let me see what the news was. SK Hynix has earnings. Company says on the 29th. SK Hynix, chairman's divorce, asset split set for what? SK Group chairman's divorce. Are they just using that word? Oh, hey, no, it is an actual divorce. I thought maybe from the board. Why do we care? Well, I guess because you get sidetracked. If you ever been through a divorce, you know that your mind's not in the right place. So running a company or being on the board of a company, not the best situation to be in. Of course, when you got lots of money, maybe that doesn't matter as much. Okay, Cerebra's still pushing higher. SK Hynix could turn out to be a large spinning top, unless we break out and take out the high of the day. These look pretty good though so far. Rocket Labs setting on VWAP. S&P 500. United Rentals continues to show strength. Not breaking out though. I'm only interested in stocks that they take out the opening range high. ALLE. Allegion PLC. I don't recognize them. Quest Diagnostics. Honeywell. Honeywell's looking good. Honeywell. RTX. Raytheon. You know, this might be the catalyst for these aerospace and defense stocks to go higher now. The war seems to be, it's less of a conflict and more of a war now. The Houthis getting involved. Trump talking about there's a possibility of boots on the ground. Applied Materials. Ooh, that looks really good, actually. Applied Materials looks really nice. Bouncing at the 50-day, above the opening range high. AMET. Above opening range high. And pre-market. Okay, looks good. Bouncing at the 50-day. Applied materials, this looks good. For now, I'd put a stop underneath VWAP. About 6, maybe 6, 560, 560. This looks good though. Apply materials. I'd buy a dip. Okay, can we get a dip like we did a few minutes ago, like the one at 950? Microsoft 6,000, July 31st, weekly calls. Okay, SpaceX dropping a bit. SpaceX dropping a bit more. Microsoft turning back down. $435 on Microsoft. I don't know. Are they buying those? Joe says they're buying them, but could they be selling them too? Microsoft 435s, 6,000 of the 435 weeklies for July 31st. July 31st, 435 weeklies supposedly being bought. I don't like the markets right now. New York Fang, this is giving you a clear caution signal, right? So let's look here. New York Fang, whenever New York Fang is turned down, you want to be cautious. Okay. New York Fang. Okay. That's telling you caution. The components, Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, Broadcom, Microsoft, Nvidia, Netflix, Tesla, and Snowflake. Whenever this is moving lower, you want to back off on the risk, okay? You don't want to be going after risk right now. We got to see a bounce. We haven't had a bounce yet. S&P is still sitting here. Don't do anything until they start doing the heavy lifting, they being institutions. Existing positions, if you have some profits, maybe you reduce your risk. Been doing that for the last 3 weeks. Micron's still diddling up here. Opening range high is 1,001. Okay, Micron, SK Hynix. That would be a shocker if they keep buying chips. Yesterday I marked up a chart. I don't know if I kept it, but was SOX, right? SOX. Did I keep it? No. Well, you can see it on SOXL. SOXL. Okay, so we had this nice run up in the markets. Okay, so we have a nice run up. What would you expect? You'd expect to see consolidation. So we've been in a consolidation mode. Do we break higher? Well, you know what? This isn't like down here, right? This is below the 200-day. Looks like it wants to go higher. The 50-day is right there. So I would say you're probably going to run into resistance at the 50-day short term. But a lot of these stocks look like they're getting bought. Micron, they're not falling. So that's clearly a positive, right? Micron above the 50-day. It's already consolidated. Is this enough for Micron? I don't know. Applied Materials, mentioned that. Applied Materials is breaking higher now. AMET breaking higher. Yeah, good idea. Good call yesterday too, Money Magic. Good call yesterday. Okay, S&P looks like it wants to test this 7,400 level. We're not getting any follow through. Hedge flows are dropping. Do I want to buy puts? Intel. CBRS. Micron. Super Micro. Up again today, Super Micro. SMCI. Okay, it's inside of yesterday's wick. The bears are showing, or the markets really are showing more of a bearish look. The bears are probably chomping at the bit. So depending on what direction the markets move next, we'll either get some short covering or people will chase this down because a lot of people tend to buy puts at the low of the day. Amateur traders, that is. Not throwing money at the market right now. I'm looking at things like SK Hynix or Micron. Maybe I want to take some off. Intel's starting to push towards the opening range high, so maybe I'd do something there. Got earnings tonight for Intel. Okay, so we still got the opening range highs right there. Pre-market high, you see where it is, all the way up there, Intel. So generally, whenever a stock is below its opening range high, I don't look to do too much. I'm not looking to go long right now at the moment. Whereas something like Applied Materials, that's clearly above its pre-market high and its opening range high. We're just looking for volume now. Let's see, news. What kind of news we have here? Applied Materials. August 13th. Earnings. Applied Materials. Jumping this morning after peer Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing announced plans to raise chip making prices up by 10% starting in 2027. If you're an investor, maybe in the next couple of days, be a good time to put some money to work for long term. Okay. Let's see, TRBCX, that's oscillating. All right, so for the longer term, folks, depending on what happens here, I already took some off what was it, early this week? I think it was earlier Monday, or was it Friday? I forget which. I didn't write it down. Anyway, I took some off of TRBCX because I was concerned that this might roll over more. But if you're a long-term investor, this pullback already is an opportunity. We're up over 190% from the low in 2022 when we started buying this ETF for the long term, this fund, I should say. We bought TRBCX back in late 2022 after the bear market. So I'm actively manage it, actively in the sense that once we lose the 10 EMA or move back above the 10 EMA, I'm buying or selling. Okay, move back above the 10 EMA, I'll start buying again. But this is for long-term folks, okay? So for the long-term folks, you can see 183, 184%. So that's not bad. 184% on some major parts of my portfolio. I have this, I have SPHD, which pays dividends once a month. All the dividends get rolled back into more shares. So what I started with in 2014 is not what I have now. I have much more than what I had back in 2014 when this first went came out. Okay, 2013 I started reading about it. 2014 got long. That was $20 a share back then, and every time it gives you a dividend, I just have it rolled back into more shares rather than the cash. I don't need it, right? So that looks really good. SPHD. Also have more recently been trading or adding to SCHD, which is the Schwab dividend, one of Schwab dividend ETFs. Okay, that's trending 921.50 or up and to the right. So if you're an investor and you're not interested in what we're doing intraday, and you maybe just started your job, one other thing you want to do, if you haven't already done so, you want to walk on over to HR or whoever takes care of the company's 401k or investment plans, because most companies these days have investment plans that you can have portions of your paycheck put into, savings every couple of weeks or whatever. Check out what their match is. Big companies tend to match like 50 cents to a dollar up to a certain amount. I've had companies that would match up to 5,000 or 7,500. They'd match dollar for dollar. Back in the heyday with Toys R Us, when I was an architect working with them right out of college, that was a very lucrative decision because you're already making 100%. You're already making 100%. So why not? Okay, so that's enough. That just from the perspective of long term, SCHD, SPHD, DIV is another one. DIV. All of these are trending. TRBCX. Right now, we're just waiting for a signal. Okay. You didn't see any of that. All right, here's SCHD. Here's SCHD weekly. Here's TRBCX. So TRBCX, you can see we're clearly below the 10 EMA weekly. So if this continues to move lower, I'll wait. If it starts to move back above the 10 EMA and the news out of the Middle East gets a little better, then maybe I'll get back in. For now, I just reduced a little bit on Monday or Friday. I forget which. We got in back in 2022. All right, so that's that. So back to Applied Materials, which is a day trade for now. I didn't take it, but it is a good setup. What else is working? Micron, looking for Micron. Micron is taking out the pre-market high. That is significant. Micron. Okay, here goes Micron. Okay, Intel, what's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA. Okay, we're right at that trend line on the daily, at the 50-day. Micron. Keep an eye on Micron for a minute. Intel's got earnings tonight. Pre-market high is overhead up there. Micron. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Okay. One thing can be said that the broader market isn't selling off just yet. Very interesting. We got this jolt. We got 216 stocks advancing. We know that a lot of them are industrials or utilities. Financials catching a little bit of a bounce. Chips are okay. Now let's look at SOX, SOXL. Okay, that's inside day. Does it roll over tomorrow? Possibly. So we have to watch for strength or weakness today in the chips because XLI is doing well. Okay, XLI is clearly doing okay. And the New York Stock Exchange is above the 21-day, forming a hammer or hanging man candle. Note the Bollinger Bands are contracting. Okay, so trying to trade this on a short-term basis, you got to be pretty accurate. For the most part, we're looking at a range, right? We're looking at a range. We haven't gone much of anywhere for the last, 16 weeks. RSI is sideways. MACD is sideways. Stochastics is trying to turn up. So that's telling us a little bit of information that perhaps if the volume keeps accelerating, that maybe we can close in the upper half of the daily range. So far, it looks like we'll close in the upper half. All depends. I guess the S&P is about to take out the low right here. S&P about to lose it. $7,400 likely target. Okay, so this is looking okay. Not falling off. All right, let's go take a look at XII. Market Institutional Index. We also know that the S&P number of stocks trading above the 20-day have been setting up again. Okay, so I look at it a little different than most. As this pulls back, I'm looking for the setup. Like Money just told you, not interested in throwing money at the market right now because the number of stocks dropping below the 20-day are accelerating. We want to see a pivot like the one over here in May. If we get a pivot, which is probably closer to a pivot and a bounce than it is accelerating dramatically lower, unless we lose and we just continue to move down into the green zone, which would be a great setup for the long term. So right now we're not doing much. We're just sitting here watching if the markets manage a bounce. We got Apple turning up right now. Apple was very strong last night. I don't know if you recall into the close. We did gap down. So there's that. But that strong move there, we got at the very end of the day, we got pulse alerts. That was a nice little profit. It ran up 2.5, 3 points. So we're recovering. Apple. My concern is the number of stocks trading below the 20 and the 50-day are accelerating. And we've got this range. The 50-day is right there. So 50-day looks like a target for now. If we bounce, it might be a nice setup. Watch those. Okay. What about the 50-day? So it's the short term. You can see the short term, right? Notice the difference between the 20-day and the upper panel and the lower panel, which is the 50-day. The 50-day is not accelerating lower. So what does that tell me? It tells me that stocks that have moved higher over the last several weeks are dipping below the 20-day and probably testing it for now. Because the 50-day is not dropping off. It means that a lot of stocks, although they're pulling back to the 20-day, they're not dropping dramatically enough to push them down below the 50-day. Let's see a couple of examples. All right, so here's Apple. It's below the 20. Well, now the 20-day is right there. There's the 50-day. Let's look at another couple. Let's look at NVIDIA. Okay, 20 days right there. So everything is in the upper half of the Bollinger Band. So even though we're pulling back, it doesn't look that bad. So it's just a matter of waiting. I mean, if you want to trade the downside, I understand. Buy puts, looking for a nice payday down to 720. I know Russell's inputs. Did we just take out some stops? Okay, that's the low of the day right there. Okay, let's keep an eye on the SPY for a few minutes. The other thing is, what I find interesting about Money Magic's comment is that he doesn't want to throw money at the markets right now. Said another way, don't expend a lot of mental capital, because what will happen is you'll buy something, it stops you out. You buy something, it stops you out. You buy something, it stops you out. You get exhausted. You're like, all right, that's it. I'm done for the day. Wait for the clear signal. Right now, we got shorts covering. We just tested the low again. We're expending a lot of mental capital. Just me alone, just talking about it is is expending my mental capital. We're looking for trends. Okay, we're looking for trends. Like if you look at the daily on Micron, this was a nice trend, right? Over here, we're just consolidating. It looks like a head and shoulders top or I don't know. The 50 day is right there. The fact that we're back above the 50 day is a big deal. And MACD is turning. So a lot of people aren't paying attention to it probably. But the chips they're hanging in there. Companies like Google are spending a lot of money on infrastructure and chips and well, they have their own chips too, but you know what I mean? They're spending a lot of money. But what are they spending money on? Fiber optic cabling, racks, HVAC. I mean, all the things that go into it, the chips in particular. So we got a big one reporting tonight, which doesn't usually get a whole lot of fanfare. But if Intel starts to perform well, like it has been, it ran up over 200% from this low. So yeah, we're gonna. Where's the 20? Where's my 21 day? It's missing. Okay, that's the 50 day. Okay, that's the 200 down there. 200's right there. 50 day. So it ran up over 200%. Okay, so there's my 21 day. 50 days above, 21 days below. Okay. So it'd be nice to see a big beat on Intel's part. My guess is that they're going to beat, but the markets are going to pull it back even more. Okay, SK Hynix, what are you doing? Okay, these are hanging in there. I'm very pleased by the performance. SKHY. Okay, SKHY. Daily. All right. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? I mean, shit. Excuse my French. It's above the 60-minute 20 MA, which is what we like. It's above the daily. Recent pivots above yesterday's high. SK Hynix, SKHY. Okay, pre-market high is just below the opening range high. Right now, it looks like a spinning top, like we're not going to go anywhere. S&P bounced a little bit. That was just some short covering, probably. Think about it. SPY's at the low. S&P's at the low. Oops. What happened there? Okay, here's SPY. Okay, SPY. Until this starts trending one way or another, we're going to have difficulty with these stocks falling through, it looks like. Applied Materials was an exception. That kept moving higher. Applied Materials. Okay, opening range. All right, so look at the volume. Big volume that just came in there right at the highs. Okay, let me take a couple of minute break here. Let me just put this back on SPY. SPY. Looks like we're going to take out the low. It's very heavy. The market's very heavy. No one's buying. So they'll sell it as far as they can sell it, I guess. If you have these put flies, if we get any kind of move to the upside, these puts are going to lose value pretty quickly. You could roll these down if you want. You have a profit. You could roll them down. Say go to just take the same stops, same strikes. Roll to 740 down to 735, 735 to 730, and 730 down to 725. So you move down 50 points on the S&P 500, 5 points on the SPY. So you just roll this whole group down to $5 lower and use your profits to do it. And you stay hedged. Okay, let me take a look at VIX real quick. VIX, I have the 2025 call spread on VIX. Still no reason to do anything with it until it gets above 20 at least. Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. SPY. Lockheed Martin raising its forecast. Lockheed Martin. LMT.
SPC. Selloff Plus tablets, FNGD. Berry mint citrus. Pre-measured dosing means consistent effects. Enjoy relaxation without the bitterness. Try them today. Get gas. CCMD. I got fired from my job. Get gas. $60 left in my bank account. Get gas.
That's right. Super Greens Hemp is offering an ounce of premium gas for just $60. Completely legal and shipped straight to your door. Scan the QR code to get the offer now. 7OH Plus tablets. Potent kratom in berry, mint, citrus. Pre-measured dosing means consistent effects. Enjoy relaxation without the bitterness. Try them today. CCMD.
Your weight loss is in your hands, on hers, with the latest FDA-approved GLP-1s. On hers, you can access the Wegovy pill, Wegovy pen, Zepbound, Dondeo, and more, with no insurance required. Get started for $39 and take control of your weight loss journey. In less than a minute. See if GLP-1s are right for you at forhers.com.
To have gold coins in my possession, that hard asset is insurance, you might say, against the paper dollar. It's not for my insurance, but it's for my daughter's and their grandchildren's insurance. Whereas keeping a lot of cash in your bank account can really almost end up being nothing. You have to keep cash, but you don't have to keep everything in cash, and you don't have to put everything in the stock market. You don't have to put it all in the bond market. You do a little bit of everything. In fact, I see better with gold than I do with the stock market because it's
res in 10 seconds.
there.
If you've bought gold in the past or would like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio? Call to receive the complete guide to buying gold. This is important and valuable information, including facts you should know about purchasing gold, silver, platinum, or palladium. Call now and you'll also receive the Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll find the real issues on why you need to start owning gold today. You'll also receive a copy of the new report, Protection in the Risk Zone. U.S. Money Reserve can walk you through the 3 simple steps of transferring your existing 401k or IRA into a precious metals IRA, backed by physical gold to further protect your assets from market instability. All you have to do is call U.S. Money Reserve, America's Gold Authority, to get your free gold kit and IRA information, including the 3 simple steps for transferring your existing 401k, 403b, and traditional IRA. With more than 2 decades in business, over $3 billion in transactions, and more than 1 million clients worldwide, U.S. Money Reserve is one of the most reputable gold distributors in America.
I'm sorry. I don't think until Friday though. My treat. I won $25 this week on cash ledgers. It's a hexagon puzzle game. Check it out. Oh wow. Oh, I gotta download this. The best part is you can play cash ledgers on the go. And
Oh boy. Nothing going on, folks. Looks like they're trying to buy this, but could just be shorts covering. Micron. Good news on Micron. It's just not moving. Applied Materials. SNDK. Okay, that looks all right. Home Depot. What's Home Depot doing? Home Depot. Gap down. Is that the 50-day now?
Look, there's a lot going on here. The big takeaway for me is that this is a pretty capable model. It accomplished the task. It cheated, but it accomplished the task. And what's interesting is AI in general, most of the models that you're familiar with all cheat. They lie, they're lazy, they use all these different attributes to accomplish their task or not. The UK AI Security Institute just released results of the test that said every model they tested cheated. Cheating just the way to go. So we have an alignment issue. Morals, ethics, human morals, the way AI operates, we need to get our arms around. But again, back to the big point here is it's a capable model. Yeah, maybe there were lots of guardrails in the test environment, but it accomplished the task and it cheated to do so.
So is cheating inherent to these models?
SK Hynix. Micron. Applied Materials. Chips doing okay. Intel. All right, S&P just dropped. S&P dropping here. We just took out some stops. We'll see if this follows through or continues lower. All the New York Fangs are staying caution.
Look, the policy circles are on fire right now talking about this. Now, I will say that this is not Armageddon yet. This is not Skynet and Terminators and Hunter Killers yet. Keep in mind that this is a pre-release model from OpenAI, that they relaxed protocols intentionally to see the capabilities, and they very likely burned up an insane amount of tokens to execute this cheat. And so that's what keeps
All right, right above 7,400. Good area for a bounce. Market is flashing caution. Unless you're adept at day trading, the trend is down for now. Breakouts aren't following through to the upside. Let's see, apply materials. Yeah, that's fading. Micron fading a bit. SK Hynix fading. Broadcom fading. All the New York FANGs are fading. Okay, let's go look at the New York Stock Exchange. That's pretty bizarre. Looks like rotation. Tech hanging in there. A little bit lower, but XLI hanging on to the gains. It's not selling too much. XLU, XLV, all right. XLP, not so much. XLF, sitting on the 21 day. XLE, Energy, XLC, XLK, SMH, $7,400. Core 1M is back above 8. New York Stock Exchange. What are institutions doing? What are institutions? We meant to look at this before. XII. Okay, we got red sticks. 2 green sticks this week. Red stick now.
Well, as of right now, it's not clear to me what the path would be to eliminate exclude them from the U.S. market. Distillation doesn't seem to be the line doesn't seem to be. I think that's the argument. It can be distilled down in profit, quad, and other models. I don't see again what the path is here. Even we've got Secretary Best talking about it. We've got Michael Praxio talking about it. We're seeing a lot of threats. We're seeing a lot of tweets. I don't know what the path is just yet.
We'll talk to you again soon, Chris. Thank you very much. That's it for Market Catalyst. I'm going to be bringing
Hey, thanks a lot.
7-OH Plus tablets, potent kratom with berry, mint, citrus. Pre-measured dosing means consistent effects. Enjoy relaxation without the bitterness. Try them today.
Download Candy Crush Soccer today. Hey fans, we get more live baseball. We've got you covered. Catch top minor league games every day on
MEDP. Let's see. MedSpace Holdings. MEDP. Okay, popped up on earnings. MEDP. MedSpace earnings.
It's a great conversation with the team at Robinhood and all things markets. The bottom line is that this is an important time.
ASML.
We are record highs. We've got
Okay.
a potential
NVIDIA lower.
a potential OpenAI IPO. And this is a big
Yeah, this is not going anywhere fast.
you all retail investors out there that are going to get allocations.
Industrials. Has a lot to do with Lockheed. Northrop. Let's see what Northrop is doing. Northrop up. General Dynamics. And Northrop Grumman. Lockheed Martin.
See, your thoughts on that? Yeah, I think Steph summed it up pretty well. I think that liquidity is a really important point. And, you know,
So the Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics all higher. Okay, NOC, LMT, GD. Okay, Applied Materials, Micron. These are just kind of taking a break right now. The S&P is just sliding right now. Trend is down. Intel's lower. Let's see what Caterpillar looks like. Caterpillar, Industrials.
Is sometimes troubling. Where are you? I always tell Stephanie, she always has the best backdrop to anybody that I talk to. Where are you? Big guy got a neon sign in Chicago. Yeah, that is that's a hell of a setup, man. You gotta come and visit us sometime. We have an office of about 120 people here in Chicago, right in the loop. Yeah, no, that is that's it for you. Stephanie, you still got him, but you know he's CK. This is a special moment. Like I look at the top with these IPOs. How do you think the market is going to handle, Stephanie, this supply of really high WB1 market from the stock issuance perspective?
I mean, it always depends on the company, right, and what their story is and how fully valued they are. But I am worried about the supply. Like I think
may resume in less than a
in the
minute.
bond market a little bit.
ATP may resume in less than a minute.
Working where the hyperscalers are borrowing, and they're borrowing not just in the U.S., but they're borrowing abroad as well, to kind of spread across what they need in terms of funding. And I think what worried me more, and it's not so much the IPOs coming, because these are companies that are actually making real revenue, and time will tell where their valuation should sit. But the space that indices might have to make, and then also the fact that Google wants to issue, Meta came out right after them and said they want to issue. Like those are the things that actually worry me a little more, because the market hasn't been trained on that, at least not for a long time. Like the market has been trained on the hyperscalers buying balance sheets,
ABS may res in 10
not
seconds.
issuing.
MSTZ AP may res in 10 seconds.
Piece that I think actually can
PMNZ.
create these consolidation moments more so than necessarily the IPO market. Although, of course, you have some kind of natural buying when they end up in an index that people invest in.
And Steve, of course, this comes at a time where we're seeing a big change in what the hyperscalers are doing. Stephanie mentioned it there too. They're investing aggressively to build out AI infrastructure, spending billions of dollars. That is a change compared to, let's say, even 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. These were asset-like companies, strong earnings, strong margins. Well, now all these companies their business models are changing, Steve, and they're still trading at growth-oriented multiples. Yeah. Like, is that a setup for more gains for these companies? Because to me, it doesn't sound like it's more gains. I mean, you wouldn't think so, but again, we keep talking about the paths that they're getting on these capital expenditures. But I want to
Just sitting here scanning through stocks, looking through ideas as the markets pull back. What is VIX doing? VIX headed for 20.
May resume in less than a minute.
First of all, after the first one, there's the 2 other large ones coming right after. But then there's also a lot of other people that are looking to raise capital. And if this isn't done in an effective and smooth manner, it's going to jeopardize that. It'll jeopardize listings. It'll jeopardize all these other things. So I think we as an industry are heavily incented to make sure that these are successful. That doesn't mean they're going to be successful.
you know, the amount of liquidity that's necessary to support these and everything else that's happening from capital standpoint. These are scenarios we haven't seen before. Like we've never seen
RKLC may res in 10 seconds.
a series of them coming this quickly, and then firms like Google and others that are looking to raise at the same period of time. On the positive side, it seems like to this point, the demand has indicated that there's no shortage of capital willing to be put to work. But I guess at some point we're going to find out.
Steve, what's your biggest concern just from a market structure perspective? Let's say with the SpaceX idea.
Well, I always have I'm too old, so I always have concerns that we repeat what we did in, you know, with a firm that used to be called Facebook.
I remember that was very 2012, and then the stock.
Well, that was very messy. And I don't, you know, I'm hopeful that that's not going to be repeated, and I don't anticipate it would. My concern is I always start my concerns with our 27 million customers. My concern is that they, you know, that this isn't a bad experience for them, and that it's going to deter them from wanting to participate in other IPOs. So that again, as I said earlier, I think we're all incented to make sure that this goes off smoothly.
You know, I didn't mention at the top, Stephanie, this is, of course, a big moment for the employees at SpaceX, and OpenAI, and Anthropic, theoretically, if they do come public, employees, their investors, as early as
SMST.
but it is very much a big moment for the retail investor all across the world.
Yeah, I mean, if you, especially if you look at our customer base,
MSTZ.
and the Robinhood Investors Index, the largest position in the index for some time has been Tesla. And that's not just because of the products that they produce, right? It's also because of the belief in Elon and what he has in his future. And SpaceX is, I'd say,
EPS may resume in less than a minute.
I've never, you know, what other IPO I don't know if I've ever seen where so much of the retail customer base has reached that.
The New York Fangs continue to deteriorate. Nvidia down.
We're going to Mars. You know, these are the metrics that we have, and so I do believe it's just as much part of the overall belief that our customer base has. And
VIX continues.
What's interesting, okay, it's not that, not probably going to pass, but the move, SpaceX is a big money.
That's fine.
I imagine still losing money, same deal with Anthropic.
Kind of boring day. Market's just slipping. Came in at a nice short on the NASDAQ. That worked out pretty well.
The market can think ahead to the future and when they could be profitable. I mean, if you're investing in a private company, that's what you're doing. You're saying, okay, you'll be profitable by X year, assuming Y growth rates. And if it's believable, then you know it's believed, right? And they get the valuation that they do. And the company itself does make money. And I think the acquisition of X brings down their overall revenue, but the core business was more profitable. And I think that the vision along with that is what is getting the pass. But we'll see, right? Like over time, the market always ends up where it should be. But I think you know the belief sometimes.
All right, so we continue to cruise lower. S&P below 7,400 now.
Well, I think Steph about 15.
MSTZ. XY.
By many
RKLZ.
participants, all you have to do is listen and watch and hear everything that's there. But I think what
MBB may resume in less than a minute.
Steph brought up, especially since there's such large retail participation, and she mentioned that it's a story. It's a story.
RGTZ.
And there is a history.
VMNZ.
You know, with stories and success in some aspects of that, and I think people are just believers. You know, I always said this, it's very funny.
MSTZ.
When you look at really engaged
RKLZ.
market participants, they have a level of optimism that I think is above and beyond on a lot of people. And so they're looking for a positive story, in something that they believe in and they want to participate in. They feel like they're participating in it by investing in that. And I think that's really powerful.
You may rest in 10 seconds.
Okay, so we got positive gamma in here. We should see a bounce. We should see a bounce.
Hey fans, we get more live baseball. Got you covered. Catch the top minor league games live every day on the MILB channel, Valley Sports Live. Follow up and coming prospects and see the next generation.
With 250 stocks, 217 now, 270 stocks, 217 stocks advancing. Most of that energy is in the industrial sector, XLI, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Caterpillar, turning the corner. Tech is getting beat up. Support down here around 724, 725. I imagine the fear greed indicator must be pegged on the extreme fear side. No change of direction on the hedge flows. VIX at the highs, just shy of 20. I have September 2025 call spreads, bought those a while back. Chips are hanging in there. They're doing okay. XLI, industrials, healthcare, XLV, energy, XLE, utilities, XLU. Those are all doing okay. 226 stocks advancing out of 500. So there is rotation out of tech.
leaders of the company. So I think that the realization has hit many of these companies that are now looking to go public that the way to really market yourself to these to the market is by being good participation by retail. And again, Vlad's been making this point. One of the reasons why I think there is some angst around the AI, the AAS ecosystem, is because they haven't participated in it. All they heard is it's going to take my job and I'm not making any money on it. So why would I be excited about that?
All right, VIX is starting to fade from the high. S&P is starting to show some short covering.
Low tick alert minus 800.
I think we'll actually fundamentally, I think we'll have more volatility.
Trend is down. Any bounce is shortable once it rolls over, unless it breaks above the 100 period moving average and just starts to go. $7,400 being defended so far.
And I think that means people get the story quickly and absorb it into the price quickly. And then once you reach a point, maybe like you did last week with Broadcom's earnings, where they were great, but they met expectations. You know, they met the stock fell. So I actually think like there's just a more volatility because of that, not necessarily because of who's participating. But to Steve's point, like the participation and right now is long overdue. Like labor share of income, you just go back. Like labor share of income has been not enough since the early 2000s, and this is the way for labor to participate in their product. So they should definitely be paying attention to this.
Then halted to the upside.
What is that? Now investors are worried. What does it mean for the interest-owned bank stocks, interest-owned United 7? For those stocks used as a source of funds to buy into SpaceX and then eventually OpenAI and EABS?
My personal take is that they should be. I think these are companies that you know they're large, but they're not necessarily where the future is. I think that's why index investing itself is a little bit backward looking because it you know it's kind of again based on what happened over the last decade rather than where the cash is going and where the capex is going and where the growth is. And so I do think that should to me would be an opportunity to make room because business is gonna be in the indices as well, rather than taking from some of the places that maybe are smaller in a market cap perspective, but are seeing really part of the future of our country.
Steve, and we're spending a lot of time on
Just sitting here waiting to see if we can get back above 7,400. Looks like a bear flag.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, there we go.
Extreme low tick alert.
So I think everybody is participating in purchasing EABS. How much is it impacting your individual think it's probably more interesting to be looking at different scientific sectors or individual names and saying, man, if they could really crack the code of using some of these new technologies, what could it do for their stuff? So in my mind, it creates some really cool and interesting opportunities.
So you got a lot of things there because it's, you know, you lose sleep on the fact that there's such a high concentration of such a
I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's, you know, there's been so much written about it. I just don't know that it's kind of the antithesis of what we're supposed to be getting. Like we preach diversification, we preach these broad-based ETFs and indices so that you have this diversification. And I'm glad there's a lot written about it so people realize that they really don't have the diversification that they think they have. And if they really want it, they probably have to explore alternatives.
In the last 2 minutes that I have to go here, and I find that hard, I'm about to get your thoughts on this one. Steph, this one for you. Maybe Steve, I guess, reason for that is, my question to you is, if there's going to be a summer surprise in the markets,
MVPE may resume in less than a minute.
My answer to this is not probably not a surprise. I think the thing that I struggle with is that like it seems to be hiding in plain sight, which is the fact that I think it's a rational thing that oil could get to 150, 160. Like I know, you know, there's things happening in the Middle East, but the fact that we haven't seen that is because we have been going into our reserves across the world. And I think now if you end up having you have a situation, you can end up coming in here and there's really isn't enough reserves to go around, and you know there'll be a rebuilding and probably a way where countries start trying to build up their reserves over time to protect themselves from some of the risks that they had during the war.
MVPE may rise in 10 seconds.
And so I actually think it's like if you talk to any of the oil guys, they're just shouting from the rooftops, especially you know, Ellen February about this, but and no one seems to be listening.
nobody cares.
Like,
But they should care.
it's a lonely place to be, but I've been listening and I kind of believe in it. So, you know, we have an allocation to energy in our portfolios as a hedge anyway, because AI uses energy too. So, you know, but I'm kind of like, why doesn't anyone care about this? So I wouldn't be surprised if
ABM may rise in 10 seconds.
people really start caring about that.
All right, you got that from the oil surprise. What do you think?
No, but I just like she mentioned it, but I think I would not underestimate. Listen, you all, every one of these countries, every one of these, everybody just went through this shock where inventories were put in jeopardy. The first thing they're going to do is build those inventories. So this isn't like when that happens, and when you do get that, if you do get that price appreciation, it's not going to come down quickly because they're going to make sure that these inventories are able to support them in times of turmoil. So I think that's another element.
ABS may resume in less
I
than a
think the
minute.
other thing is just rates. Rates are telling you what this market is thinking, and we're going to have to rationalize that at some point here. And so I think, you know, there's been a lot of talk about it. There's a lot of talk about what we're going to do. Are we going to cut now? We're not going to cut. We're going to raise. Are we going to raise? We're not going to raise. I mean, the rates are kind of telling you in a forward manner what's happening, and you know, those two
Markets continue to drop.
things always rationalize out in the market. You know, it might take a little longer than you think, but it gets to the point where it should be.
AMTT.
Feels like my IQ is about 10 points.
Is this going to be a larger range?
So I do appreciate it, and if I don't talk to you guys soon,
ABS may rise in 10 seconds.
The pullback we had earlier in June? Is that where we're headed? We're below 7,400, so that was a large level. We got a few levels down below, but for now, it's hands off. Unless you're short, hands off market. So core 1M has to be back. Yeah, it's almost at 9 now. Core 1M, 875.
Whereas keeping a lot of cash in your bank account can really almost end up being nothing. You have to keep cash, but you don't have to keep everything in cash, and you don't have to put everything in the stock market. don't have to put it all in the bond market. You do a little bit of everything. In fact, I sleep better with gold than I do with the stock market because it's tangible. It's there.
If you've bought gold in the past or would like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, call to receive the complete guide to buying gold. This is important and valuable information, including facts you should know about purchasing gold, silver, platinum, or palladium. Call now and you'll also receive the Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll find the real issues on why you need to start owning gold today. You'll also receive a copy.
All right, so I've been thinking about longer term investments. We're getting these pullbacks that's going to give us opportunities.
Backed by physical gold to further protect your assets from market instability. All you have to do is call U.S. Money Reserve, America's Gold Authority, to get your free gold kit and IRA information, including the 3 simple steps for transfer.
KTR BCX below the 10 EMA. S&P pulling back. Be looking to do something here. Add back some funds into this. Let's see, SPHD. Okay, Micron hanging at the highs. NVIDIA pulling back. SpaceX starting to turn. Keep in mind that industrials, if you're trading anything, you're thinking about trading industrials, energy, utilities, and healthcare are the 4 sectors to look at for now. Those are the strongest, especially industrials.
Minus 800.
Okay, S&P continues lower. I'll come back to that in a minute. XLI, industrials, trending, industrials. Caterpillar, up on the day. Lockheed Martin, big move higher. General Dynamics, higher. GE, Aerospace, GE Vernova, healthcare. Insurance, Travelers, insurance is high.
So let's just get right to it. Let's talk about where we are, right? The first half of the year, certainly as everybody
73.75 is new.
the market has done very well. Earnings season was spectacular. I don't know if that's changed.
0 day, let's see. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to the open. Here's the open. Notice down here at 73.75. Good catch. Good catch, Captain. 73.75. Okay, let's just move forward. 73.75. Right in this area. Watch this level. Okay, you can see how this blew up around 10 o'clock. 73.75. That's a 98 percentile. 99 percentile now. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Captain. Do we bounce here? 73.75.
What that does is kind of set us up for some catch-up in the back end. A stronger earnings season was well beyond what the expectation was coming into the year. Yeah, but what I'm more focused on is really what the hyperscalers are saying about AI CapEx and anything that comes out of Jensen. I want to hear it. Well, and what they're saying is the demand is insatiable. It's crazy how much demand is. It is crazy, and that's what's driving this market.
73.75.
we think you've got to be in that trade.
Well, certainly you have to be in the trade, but I think it's really interesting because over the last couple of weeks when we saw that real anxiety build and the 2-year, the 10-year, the 30-year suddenly all ran up to 4%, 4.5%, 5%. Yet the market didn't really back up. And for me, those are lines in the sand that create this kind of
73.75. Good catch, Captain. 73.75.
And I think what you've got is traders are looking at higher oil prices, higher rates as temporary. And they're looking at what's going on with AI as something that's going to last 2, 3, 5, 10, 15 years. So they're ignoring, we'll see whether that's at their peril or not, but they're ignoring what's going on with oil and rates and piling in to all the AI stuff.
And so where are you on?
So I think you've got to be in those bottleneck trades. Memory, photonics.
LGC no.
We look at space as a bottleneck trade as well. You've got to be in that
Space, like space.
space.
Pure
LGC
play.
now.
We launched
NBB.
Pure Play, 11 names, 2.5 months ago. It's doubled.
What are the names of that?
It's the names you expect: Redwire, ASPX, Rocket Lab, Lunar, Fly. It's 11 names. They're only space names. And again, it's doubled in 2.5 months. It's insane, but people are telling you space is not even in the first inning while this stuff is not even close.
What are you doing spaces?
LGC now.
We're gonna have that we definitely have to.
Okay, so far we're bouncing at 73.75.
Wait, so tell us about the UFO
The idea is based on the secret gap that what we see, the government's always 20, 30 years ahead. We've seen that with the internet. We've seen that with GPS. We've seen that with self-driving. We saw that in Venezuela with the discombobulator. It's probably a directed energy weapon. And that quantum sensing thing we did in Iraq. So what our thought is we're sitting on free energy technology and anti-gravity technology that is we think AI is a game changer. Imagine being able to take energy from the environment. That changes everything. So we're invested in the defense companies, obviously, but we're also looking at this convergence trade where it used to be in defense, it was tanks, planes, and ships. Now it's drones, it's missile defense, anti-drone, robots. We've got this convergence between defense and all of the AI sectors. That's what this trade is about. Aliens don't have to be real. It just makes it more fun if they are.
So let's talk about, Mike, let's go back to the minute. Talk about your structuring and kind of the sense in terms of what the second half of the year is going to look like. Does it change that your view?
Yeah, look, I think, we know we're in midterm election year, right, which do tend to be kind of a tough
little bit anxious,
right? Typically, some of that anxiety starts to show up in the second quarter, third quarter, and then Q4 and beyond, there tends to be kind of off the break.
I got a nice bounce at 73.75 so far. Still in a downtrend. Below VWAP, the best we're going to do most likely is first test is 7,400 from below, and then VWAP overhead. VWAP currently at 74.15. All right, so here we go. Starting to turn back up quickly.
We've seen kind of those IPO markets
May rest in 10
pretty
seconds.
quiet for kind of the last couple of years. Right. Yeah, but these are some really big numbers, right? So like if you kind of look at what SpaceX and OpenAI are kind of talking about in terms of what we've heard in the press, in terms of kind of the size of the raise, we're talking about $150 billion. It's about 25% of what we saw in 2021, right? The last time we saw kind of the kind of capital market cycle, right? So there's going to be some supply that market's going to be tight.
You guys, I'm curious.
much else going to go into these IPOs? Do you think it's coming out of other parts of the market? Do you think it's going to sit in the back of the I think that you're going to see some of that come out of the sector. Right. So I think my sense is my guess would be that
Okay, stocks starting to bounce. Stocks are starting to bounce a bit. New York Fang still looks ugly. Netflix is trying to bounce, but everything else is hands off for now. Let's see what the markets can do from here. We killed a lot of call premium. So core 1M is at 844. 73.75. Nice catch, Captain. All right, nice. Woo, nice rally. Nice. Very nice.
Well, I mean, like a name I'm focused on, Andro. Would you rather own Andro or would you rather own a Kratos, an ABAB, or a Lockheed Martin? I'd rather own Andro. So I think you'll see some of that too from a sector standpoint. Once a name like that comes out, that to me becomes the leading stock in that area. So, and we got around 70. We launch new ETFs every single day under the strategy. Yeah, we cover everything. We cover sectors, we cover regions.
7,400. Okay, first test 7,400. That was a nice little pounce there. Tesla looks like it's starting to base now. Tesla looks like it might be basing now at the low. It's stopped. Well, it's coordinated with the S&P. So the S&P bounced, so did Tesla. Tesla inside day for now. Inside day. Can we bounce here? I mean, earnings growth is good. Revenue growth is good. It just missed. They missed by what, 40 cents, something like that?
I think they really do like to trade a lot of these names. Yeah. And do you? We are mostly on the Evo.
Okay, Tesla's starting to turn up. A lot of implied volatility got crushed.
That's why they switched to T-Mobile, America's best network. More of our areas with T-Mobile, we still can MVP. And great benefits like AAA on us for a year. They can drive to more places.
Okay, I'm going to take about 10 minutes. Let me put this on here. Okay, we got rejected at 7,400. Okay, I got to take a couple minutes. Just going to actually, you know what? I'll wait a few minutes. I'll wait a few. Micron, man, it's holding up very well. All things considered, Micron's holding up very well. Okay, this is the high of the day. Just been sitting on top of VWAP, a brief bit below. Above the 50-day, above recent highs of the week. 21-day, that dotted orange line. If we get above the 21-day, we've already tested 1,000. The opening range high was 1,001, opening range high. Right there, you can see on the left, opening range high was 1,001. Intel has earnings tonight, so a lot of eyes will be on what's said. A lot of ears will be listening as well. Coinbase had a good week. Started off the week good, Monday, Tuesday, and we faded Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, not much going on, right? Micron, S&P. S&P got rejected.
And now we have a new Fed chairman, right? Kevin Warren's now officially the chairman. So let's talk about, the difficulty he may or may not have right off the bat, because there are certainly 3 or 4 people that push him back. So what do you think?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think he's in a difficult spot in terms of where he suggested he kind of ultimately wants to go. We're not in an environment where you can really talk about rate cuts at this point. Now, clearly, there's clearly a big catalyst that could potentially kind of take some of the edge off there, right? If we actually kind of do get a deal in Iran and get the Strait open, and we start to see oil prices kind of start to move lower again. But he's in a tough spot. He's talked about kind of changing communication style of the Federal Reserve and kind of the reaction function with the balance sheet. Those are things that are going to take some time to play out. I don't think you're going to necessarily see anything kind of game changing right out of the gate.
He wants to pull them back. He doesn't want them speaking to the public.
Right.
The members, the way they do now. Right? They all go up after the meeting, and they have to keep their mouth shut for the week before, till they enter that backup period. But then the minute the meeting's over, they all stand up and they start talking, and then it's clear to see where everyone stands. I think he doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, he wants to rein that in. I think he also wants to de-emphasize the dots, right? Which is something that Chair Powell.
I never really understood the dots. Because it was literally, if we're a piece of graph paper, they take a pencil, they go like this. We're in 2026. You're using nothing but a pencil to draw a dot on a graph paper?
Yeah, sometimes
I never understood it.
And make Doug talk.
Yeah, I never really understood it. What do we got? So, what do you think about the Fed? What do you think about Warsh?
Yeah, so there's probably no one else I would rather not be than him right now. Because Trump brought him in to lower rates.
That's right.
He can't. And he may, I don't think so, because he'd have to be crazy to do it. He may raise them. And we saw what happened with Powell when Trump didn't get what he wanted. Okay, then we know how Trump can turn on a guy.
I'm betting we should go to the poly market council to see if there's a bet on when Trump turns on. Because it's your point.
I may have to do an ETF for that.
There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, this gives you an idea. Wait a minute. But here's the point. The point is that he's very much a hawk. He's very much inflation focused, right? So that being the case, if oil stays here in the high 90s, for another month, another 2 months, it's going to start getting baked even more into the CPI, PCE, right? It's going to be a problem for it. And it's going to be a problem in the business.
It's definitely going to be a problem. I mean, that's why we're laser focused on rates. The bond guys are going to tell you what's going on, what's not going on. Rates going up is them telling you, and inflation
inflation is going to be here, and maybe this war is over this time. I mean, I'll believe it when I see it, but the damage has already been done.
Right.
We're not getting oil back to 60 tomorrow.
Right. Let me ask a question about where you think rates are going.
Short term, again, I don't think the Fed's going to do anything.
Right.
But I am worried about the 10-year, the 30-year going up, especially if oil stays around here. And that could be, talking about second half of the year, that could create a problem.
Do you think oil stays there? Even if they come up with an announcement today saying we have a deal, we take all the powder, take it out of there, and we have a deal. The trade is open. Blah blah blah. Do you think oil doesn't go back to 62 right away?
Definitely not right away.
Probably in the high 70s.
Or in the 80s. And I think it takes a while for it to come back
So
down.
if it goes to the 80s, that pressure on inflation is going to continue to be there. So inflation's not going to back off so quickly.
Exactly what we're thinking.
Right.
We believe we're going to see higher inflation. And we also know, I mean, the numbers we see aren't the real numbers. Talk to anyone who goes to the grocery store, fills up their gas tank.
Right.
Really? 3%? No. It's way higher than that. And the Fed's got to be cognizant of that.
Quantum's going to be the next game changer. I'm thinking in this tech revolution.
Yeah,
And I think it's right on the doorstep.
right. It could very well be. I mean, we don't know. Is it a year away? Is it 30 years away?
I think it's close to that.
I think it is too. And it could be the next revolution. What I'm focused on is that's where the government's putting money.
Right.
So I want to invest along with them. The name I like is INFQ. INFQ, it's a little more below the radar screen. It came public through a SPAC merger, which is probably why people don't really know about it. There we go.
That's the name I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, it's like inflection, and maybe pronounced slightly differently.
What's the trade?
Last I looked, it was in the 16s, 17s. It went up like 40% that day. Trump announced, the government announced. We own it in one of our ETFs. We've got an ETF Mimi where we own that one. And then we own some quantum stocks in UFO data.
What's Mimi? What's
So Mimi is really my favorite 20 ideas. And then we do some option stuff with puts to generate some income around it as well.
right? Right. Okay, so now let's just talk about the IPO market at the New York Stock Exchange, because clearly that's a big business in the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see, right, the pipeline is very, very strong. And we're starting to see some of the bigger names start to come out, and we'd expect that to continue through the back half of the year, especially if we continue to be in an environment where volatility is more contained. I think like there was some expectation that would happen maybe a little bit earlier this year.
Yeah.
I think I ran through a little bit of a wrench in that and kind of maybe push some things out. But you're seeing companies that kind of get more aggressive and starting to file and kind of gearing up to come to market.
All right, so let's just talk about one last thing before we run out of time here. The second half of the year, where would you be putting money?
Look, I think, in this environment, I think it's very much a trader's market, right? So, I mean, as an investor, you have to understand what your time horizon is, what you're trying to do, kind of with your own portfolio, right? But, kind of if you're in that more active, camp, I think it is like very much a market where there's opportunity and you can use the volatility to your advantage. Kind of things that, option strategies like, kind of Tuttle does,
Right.
Kind of makes a lot of sense. So I think, looking for kind of the opportunity where I think there's a secular trade in defense, right? Where, if we do get a sell-off in defense names, if we do have, kind of a solution or a diplomatic resolution in Iran, if you see kind of a sell-off in those stocks or energy stocks, I think those are opportunities kind of longer term. Kind of clearly kind of the tech trade has kind of some legs to it, and I really like kind of the idea of kind of the reshoring, reindustrialization, kind of vision technology, or kind of some of the more thematic areas that I've kind of been focused on alongside of kind of to this point kind of the kind of investing kind of with the administration of where things are going.
Do you have sector ETFs like healthcare ETF?
So we don't do that. We're more focused on themes. So we've got an ETF launching Friday for photonics. We have an ETF probably next week for memory. And we're going to keep kind of peeling that onion.
There's that one that just came out, D-Ray. Just came out. It's a pure memory play.
Pure memory play. and it's got like 10 billion in it. Our memory ETF is going to be a little bit different.
Very
What they-
quickly.
Right. What they are is 66% in three names: Samsung, Hynix, and Micron. We're going to be more diversified than that.
They think that move in MU, part of that move last couple weeks ago when it came out, was because of that DRAM ETF. It had a balance. I had to go out and buy MU, right? But I didn't realize it only had three names in it.
Well, no. They have more than three, but 66% is
Oh,
in
I-
the top.
Oh,
three
yeah,
names.
okay.
And then they've got a little bit in others. Basically, it's a play for U.S. investors to be able to get Hynix and Samsung.
Right.
Hynix has an ADR coming at some point. Samsung, I don't think, has announced
Right.
a plan for an ADR. So, anyone in the U.S. who wanted access to those names, there you go.
Right. There's another one, I think Pacer puts out called Traffic, TRFK. I think it's also kind of a memory play. I don't call it not pure memory, not like DRAM, but there's a lot of memory.
What we like doing is pure play.
Right.
So our space ETF, we don't have Lockheed, we don't have Boeing, 11 space names.
Right.
Our photonics is going to be like maybe 13 photonics names, and our memory is
Right.
probably about the same.
Right.
10, 11, 12 names. I don't need to give you NVIDIA again. You got that somewhere else.
You got video everywhere you look. Everywhere you look, you got video.
You've got Mag 7, 20 places in your portfolio.
Right.
You're not getting that
It's
from us.
interesting because I'm not sure, especially people that use nothing but ETFs, I'm not sure if they recognize how much exposure they have, but unless they're paying attention, because you got it everywhere.
They don't, but they also don't realize just because an ETF says something in the name that you're getting that. There are
That's
a
right.
lot of thematic ETFs that say, hey, we're quantum, we're space, we're this. And then you look at the holdings, you're like, wait, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like, there's a photonics ETF. You don't get to a photonics stock until number 5.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, but people look at the name, they check the box.
Yeah.
I've got exposure. You really don't.
You really don't. And a lot of people don't, to your point, don't recognize that. They just think it says in the name and they have it.
Yeah.
Which is very, very interesting. And then there are others that have 3 or 4 ETFs and they're all basically the same. The names are all the same. And so they think they're diversified and they're not diversified.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're essentially not diversified.
I mean, that's what you saw during the whole Kathy Wood era.
Yeah.
I talked to, financial advisors. We have diversified portfolios for our clients. And like, you've got ARC and 9 ARC lookalikes.
Right.
So you really don't.
Right. All right. So listen, because we're going to run out of time. But before we do that, I just want final thoughts in terms of should investors be nervous going into the second half of the year?
I don't think nervous is necessarily kind of the right term. I think we're be prepared for some volatility, right? And then have an action plan when that does.
And if you're a day trader, that's great.
Oh, yeah.
You want more noise. But if you're a long-term investor, if you're managing long-term money, you want to take advantage of those. If it gets nervous and it sells up, you want to be able to take advantage.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Investors should always be nervous. Always plan for the worst.
Right.
Hope for the best. The long-term money is made by limiting your losses and letting your gains run.
Right. And it's interesting because when you talk about that, I always look at the VIX, right? When the VIX is down back in the complacent zone, I think that's a big yellow flashing signal, right? Because it's so complacent, yet there's all this stuff going on. That's when it comes back and hits you in the head.
Yeah.
In any event, gentlemen, listen, I appreciate you taking the time to come in today. I'd like to do this again, 4 or 5 months, kind of just see where we're at versus where we thought we were going to be at. In any event, until the next time, take care.
The following content is not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
When it comes to what's in your bag, size matters. The original bag. Choose from full-size favorites starting at just $5.99, only at Hardee's. Because hard work deserves more than a teeny bag and an empty wallet.
250 years ago, America was built on freedom, adventure, and the open road. This July, celebrate America 250 with Campers Inn. Get freedom credits on every new RV, $500 on travel trailers, $750 on fifth wheels, and $1,000 on motorhomes. Plus, save 17.76% on service labor. And Saturday, July 18th, we're giving away another RV. Campers Inn, with you every mile of the way. Start your next adventure together and get outdoors. Visit campersin.com/America250.
Post-military life isn't the end of service. It's the new mission. In the
VFW is leading on the front line. We show up where it counts, where decisions are made, where the community needs a helping hand, and where today's veterans connect. It's a front line we know well, and we own it. The VFW, still leading, still advancing, still serving.
Vistaprint helps bring your ideas to life, exactly as you imagined them. Turn what if into wow, with design tools that are as easy as drag, drop, and done. Get real human support when and where you want it. And find all the products, sizes, and finishes for your business at prices you can feel good about. Just think it, click it, and print it with Vistaprint. Because no matter what you're dreaming of, we're here to make it possible. Print your possible with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com.
Hydration break. Perfect timing for Candy Crush. And it's free to play. No Wi-Fi needed. When the match stops, the matching starts. Download it, Mike.
Sundays are for baseball. This season, spend your Sunday afternoons with a live minor league baseball doubleheader exclusively on Samsung Television Network. Follow up-and-coming prospects and see the next generation of Major League stars and big names looking to rehab and rebound. It all starts at 1:05 Eastern, followed by Game 2 at 4:05 Eastern. Don't miss any of the great moments this season. Live MILB doubleheaders every Sunday, only on Samsung Television Network.
MVB may rest in 10 seconds.
Institutionalization of crypto has become the big catchphrase for 2025 and 2026, but there are institutions and people who have been pushing us forward long before it became in vogue. I'm sitting down with one of those people, Sandy Hall from Franklin Templeton, today for a very special edition of the Daily Wolf. Let's go. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Daily Wolf on Yahoo Finance. I'm your host, Scott Melker, also known as the Wolf of All Streets. We're here for yet another very special edition, special interview. We're not going to talk about the news of the day. We're going to dig into what really matters, which is obviously to zoom out and see what's being built in crypto. I have one of my favorites here, Sandy. How are you today?
I'm great. Wonderful to be here, Michigan.
Great to do this in person.
I know. Yeah, right. IRL, they say.
In IRL, that's what the kids are saying apparently these days. So, talk to me about how you're broadly viewing what you're doing and the future of crypto. I know you have some very strong ideas about where things are heading.
100%. So I think that there are two huge macro trends that are both kind of coming together at exactly the same moment. The first is that the financial ecosystem, the market rails that we actually operate, all of the equities trading, bond trading, foreign exchange trading, payments, everything that we operate the financial system on is like 50 years old, right? Like we are literally using the same system that was designed in 1972. And I don't know what you, Scott, but I don't use many things that are from 1972 anymore. So we are redesigning that entire way that securities move around the world, payments move around the world, and it is being completely redesigned on the crypto rails, right? On blockchains, using smart contracts, using atomic payments, using stablecoins and tokenized deposits, using tokenized money market funds. That's all happening at a speed that is astounding, right? I mean, we have the biggest institutions in the world doing this. The Depository Trust Company is out there tokenizing up to 100 trillion in U.S. securities. They're running global collateral networks. We have major firms all over the world participating. We've got the New York Stock Exchange going to 24/7 token-based trading, NASDAQ going to 24/7 smart contract-based 24/7 tokenized trading. And so we're rebuilding the way that our financial ecosystem works. At the same time, we have seen an evolution in how AI is advancing, right? We went from machine learning and natural language processing to generative AI, and that got everybody super excited. And now we're moving from generative AI to agentic AI, where these AI agents are like little self-executing programs, right? That they go out and they do whatever they're programmed to do completely independent. So if I tell ChatGPT that I want to book a trip to Paris, that AI agents inside the ChatGPT will find flights for me, book my hotel, book reservations for me, book tours for me, all without me having to instruct each individual action. And the fulfillment infrastructure for those agentic AIs is going to be the same blockchain rails, right? And so the combination of these two giant macro trends really tells us at Franklin Templeton that this is going to be the most important investment opportunity probably in our lifetimes. So we're building an ability to offer those investments.
So I want to focus on the first one. So first I want to give you your flowers because in 2017,
Yes.
you wrote a blog post when you were at Citi.
Yep.
Why don't you tell us what that was about?
Yes, I wish it was just a blog post because at the time I wrote a 100-page paper.
Sorry,
Yes, that paper was entitled "Tokenization Will Replace Equities and Bonds Over Time." People thought we were a little crazy in 2017, but it was always nice to be right.
So that is happening now.
That is happening now.
At a speed that I think many people didn't expect. So I guess you get the hockey stick adoption of things. It's a natural way. You think things will happen earlier, you handicap it, you invest, you miss, and then right after it goes absolutely. So you talked about the DTCC doing their pilots. How's Franklin Templeton preparing for this specifically?
Well, we launched our tokenized money market fund all the way back in April of 2021. So we've been trading 5 years, 24/7 a day. And we have really used the native capabilities of the blockchain to introduce completely new capabilities in the money market funds, like intraday yield calculations, daily yield payouts.
Okay.
So we feel like our
Nice little rally up.
opportunities to use as collateral in this new ecosystem because it allows you to earn interest up until the second you cash out. And that is just not the case with how the money market fund industry operates today. So we've really, I think, advanced the ball. And I think as collateral increasingly moves onto these new rails, we're going to be super well positioned to really benefit from that trend because what we offer as collateral is a superior product.
Okay, so do you believe, and how soon does it happen, that this is a wholesale replacement of the existing system?
I think that for collateral purposes, repo purposes, financing purposes, this
Oh boy, just having a little lunch while watching the markets.
It's kind of going to be like the ETF trend. You'll see a big wave of adoption, and then you'll see steady incursion and transfers. It took 20 years for ETFs to become larger than mutual funds. I think you have that. You say 10 years for tokenized funds to replace traditional funds.
What about securities being traded on tokenized rails?
Securities being traded on tokenized rails is already happening, and I think it's going to just grow from here. But the securities, individual securities is just a piece of it. It's really when you start putting those into portfolios, how do you manage those portfolios to optimize the use of every asset? That's what I think has to get built out, the advice layer and the utilization layer.
I guess maybe the big question for people watching is how do I invest in this as a retail investor? I think that's been one of the sort of big disparities in this cycle, if we want to call it that.
That's right.
Where institutions are increasing adoption, they're building, they're doing all these things, but people wonder, is that going to actually accrue to some token I can buy or that I already hold?
So here's the simplest way I can put it, Scott, right? Is that to run the financial ecosystem on these new rails, I need to own cryptocurrencies to pay to record a transaction. So demand for cryptocurrencies from giant firms like Franklin Templeton, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Vanguard, Fidelity, all of the name players, it's going to go higher and higher, and all of our firms are going to need to hold cryptocurrencies. So that tells you demand for cryptocurrencies is going to go through the roof. And therefore, there are products today, ETFs, that you can go online. Franklin Templeton has one, right? EasyBC, right? Just go online and you can buy a multi-coin ETF token that gives you exposure to this ecosystem. And as all of these big financial firms move online and buy the cryptocurrencies to operate, the value is
analysts are projecting the repercussions could be for share price down the line?
Yeah, I think the key is obviously the reiteration of overweight, right? I mean, some price pullback, that's fine. I mean, the stock is roughly flat, it's up 2% so far this year. They had to raise and reaffirm and raise the CapEx guide from my perspective. I think the street also is looking at the operational margin miss. I mean, by 2%, I think the expectation was 36. They came in at 34. You know, I think that's a bit of a concern. And then negative free cash flow. Again, we got to continue to raise capital, whether it's secondaries or debt offerings, to continue to spice up the chain, to be able to reinvest and get these LLMs to a level where there's true enterprise adoption. So I think that is the story. I think we will likely see it read through to Amazon and some of the other hyperscalers as a result of some of the spending. Once one makes a move like this, the others will follow. And that is, you know, somewhat concerned. But to Josh's point earlier, the story has to be about the breadth, the AI beneficiaries. To Jimmy's point, Micron moving today. Unfortunately, we're seeing energy move a lot today for other reasons. But, you know, we need to see other sectors continue to play in this bull run, industrials, financials, healthcare, which we've seen over the last couple of weeks. I think we need to continue to see that to overall see a healthy market going forward.
Tom, I just want to point out one thing, all right? This
By the way, Jim, you're a shareholder as well, so I'm kind of curious.
Right, and as a shareholder, a long-term shareholder, obviously I'm not happy down 6% today, but I've got to put it into perspective of over the last year, it's up 67%.
Right.
Over the last year, the value of Alphabet, the company, is up $1.2 billion. Like it can take a breather. The way that it got that much appreciation is because of number of earnings reports that came in much better than expected. And when you get those reports a year ago, 9 months ago, you say to yourself, it's not going to. It's very understandable, particularly the negative free cash flow. If you don't believe what I said earlier about this is the middle innings of AI, this is not the stock for you. I get it. Or maybe, like Josh said, you've got a bunch of derivative plays elsewhere of where artificial intelligence is going to help out. But I'll tell you, my own opinion is that this is an easy stock to hold over the next year. Maybe it takes a few days, a few weeks to kind of digest this earnings report, but there's going to come a point in time, probably not that far away, where money starts flowing into the hyperscalers again. Amazon, Alphabet will benefit.
Two things happened during the course of this quarter. One is it wasn't horrible, but search was not as good as expected as a specific line item. I wonder if you view that as potentially now something to monitor going forward, because cannibalization of search was always a negative hanging over Alphabet. It ended up being much ado about nothing because they went all in on AI responses to queries, and the profitability was okay. But I'm just curious.
Yeah,
and the second thing,
yeah.
Look, this is a company that had been buying back stock for most of the last 10 years, and during the course of this quarter, they came out and surprised everyone with an at-the-market equity offering. Do you think there might be another one during the course of this quarter, given what they're saying about CapEx? And is that now something that maybe materially changes the story?
I mean, good question. So the second one first, I mean, certainly they could. I don't think they would want to. I know the debt market is pretty saturated right now, but the cost of equity capital is a lot higher for Alphabet, in my opinion, than debt capital. So I'd rather have them do that. Yeah, they did the secondary, got some cash in their hands, fine. Where this all comes down to, Joe,
is not small.
85 million, but where this all comes down to is they are investing. And as I said, you either believe the investment is going to pay off or you don't. If you don't, then obviously you're not owning Alphabet. I'm not going to dare anyone to short it, but if that's your, that's your cup of tea, go right ahead. With regards to your other question about search, I kind of saw it close enough to call it in line, but okay, instead of debating that, what I think is more interesting is what AI Overview is doing to a number of publishers. There's some reports on this. Alphabet may have to figure out some ways to compensate the Reddits of the world, the Fortune magazines of the world.
Or get sued into the Stone Age. Right.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure those lawsuits would have any real legs to it, but it's probably better to just co-opt that and get a better revenue sharing agreement in place.
Can I go back to something really quickly? Because to answer your question about whether they're going to need to do another capital raise or not, I think the answer is obviously yes. But what I think gets missed here is for a company that is up 70% in 1 year, who's also up? All of their employees who get paid in restricted stock units. So buried in the details of the last equity raise is the fact that about half of that is going toward paying the tax bill associated with those RSUs. So as long as that remains the key component of their equity compensation plan for all of their employees, because, oh, by the way, they're back up to about 200,000 as their headcount now. So there's a ton of people walking around with Google RCs now. They're going to have to continue to keep tapping the equity markets that way, which is not going to be great for the analyst community, which you're seeing start to dial down what those price targets are. And you got to imagine they're baking in at least a piece of that.
All right, so let's talk, because I want to hit on something you mentioned. You mentioned the cost of debt capital right now. You mentioned the cost of equity capital. I don't think there's any doubt in many people's minds that the cost of equity capital at this point is on an.
If we can get through VWAP, we could scoot higher pretty quickly. Be awesome if this was a hammer.
Companies are raising funds at not that many basis points above treasuries at this point to finance their expansion plans. I guess this has been a negative story for a while. But how much do we have to worry about the increased leverage that these companies are taking on vis-a-vis the overall size of their equity capital balance sheet or dilution from their equity issuances that they do? If you're a capital budgeter, if you're a treasurer or a CFO at one of these magnificent seven hyperscaler type companies, is it that much in doubt? I do this, and I ask this question vis-a-vis credit default swaps, bond insurance on Oracle specifically, heading higher and higher and higher. It's still not investment grade, but it's showing signs. How much do you have to worry about that? And maybe Jason, I'll start with you on this one.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. Oracle is obviously the poster boy in that space. I feel like they switched from a growth story to a balance sheet story. Right now, we're focused on the CDS as you noted, and they're just a hair above jump from a debt perspective. So I think that is concerning. It's no longer a story about RPO. Man, these sizable RPO numbers, wow, quarter after quarter. It's not, are you able to execute, and what is the cost of execution? So I do think it's absolutely a concern in the market. The issue
Would be an area where people are looking to take some profits off the low, off that dip, right at VWAP. Okay, news.
That's right. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt wrapping up a press briefing just a short time ago. A couple of headlines to bring you from that. One is on trade. Remember, those 10% across the board tariffs are set to expire tomorrow, Friday. And Leavitt was asked what the president intends to do about that. And she flagged there is expected to be an announcement from the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer this afternoon. We don't know what exactly that announcement is going to be, Don, but we do think it might have something to do with something he flagged.
Futures stalling here, right at VWAP.
Based on foreign governments or foreign companies' use of forced labor. That could be up to 60 countries impacted by those tariffs, maybe 90% of American trade. So could be a potentially big one. We'll watch for that announcement from USTR. No confirmation of when that's coming or what exactly that's going to be, though, later this afternoon. On the Saudi Arabia,
Come on, pop through this. A nice pop through this area would be good.
Put out a press release saying this deal was signed yesterday. Caroline Leavitt portrayed it instead as very much an open process that's still going on, even though the Saudis agreed to the deal yesterday. And the press release went out.
Intel, Coinbase turning up.
She says on Saudi's agreement to recognize Israel, Saudi Arabia has given really no indication that they're willing to do that. So where that nuclear deal ends up now, really very much an open question, given that it was inked a day ago. The president seems to be wanting to change the terms retroactively on that one to force the Saudis to agree to this additional condition of recognizing Israel. And then on the Iran war, I would just flag
Kind of a slow move up. Just feels like small traders are pushing this higher, not institutions at the moment, right?
Considering it might happen, might not happen. Hard to say what that means, if anything, given that the United States has attacked Iran for the past 11 consecutive nights. Does the president have something of a different order of magnitude in mind? Is he thinking ground troops? Not really clear, but just wanted to flag for you, Dom, that there are options out there for the president to really escalate dramatically, especially given what we're seeing in the Red Sea.
All right, Eamon Jeffries with the latest there. Thank you very much for that. Just a quick reaction here, Jim. I'll go to you for this one. When we talk about the market moves that we're seeing, with the Dow down roughly 400 to 500 points, the NASDAQ, we know Alphabet's a big part of that story, so is Tesla. In the market move scheme of things, mathematically, we understand that the majority of this is being driven by stock-specific moves. I wonder from those stock-specific moves and the broader markets overall together, how much do we care about this stuff, right? Tariffs, about the Middle East, about Iran, about maybe opening up another front against Oman, given what's happening with the Red Sea, versus specifically hyperscaler CapEx spending plans vis-a-vis Alphabet and maybe others?
Yeah, I mean, I'll phrase it this way, Dom. I think if you're making policy decisions in the White House about what the financial markets do decide, because in order to get done what needs to get done, you may, over the short term, have to sacrifice the financial markets. Let me be more specific.
All right, we're getting rejected at VWAP for now.
Program, if you really want regime change, I know that hasn't been stated, but if that's what the goal is, you're going to have to do things that are going to freak out the oil market more than they already have. And we're kind of running close to the bottom, whether it's the strategic petroleum reserves or Cushing over commercial inventories. We're getting to that point where if we're not going to pull back from this, we're going to have serious problems. And it doesn't look like we're pulling back. So the market, in my opinion, is skating past this, where I look at the S&P 500 off about 3-ish% from its high. I think we need to be prepared that as we get later in the summer, these higher energy prices may have an effect. In the end, it'll be resolved, but it could be a tricky August into September.
If that's the case, Josh.
All right, see if we can get through VWAP. If we can get through VWAP, this should improve. We're below the 50-day, trying to put in a hammer. Presently have a spinning top.
Do you have to pay attention as much tactically short term to these types of movements, or can you feel like the old dollar cost averaging every week or two or every month or so just works over the long term? How exactly much do you have to really pay attention to price action like this?
Well, the first thing is you never sell your energy stocks. It is, as an equity investor, it is the only hedge you have against these types of price spikes and inflation scares and geopolitical shocks. There's nothing else that really could work from an equity standpoint. So let's put aside, you're going to be active in the futures market, acting like you know what you're doing. Most people are not going to do that. So, from a portfolio management standpoint, to answer your question, you do not sell your energy. What that means, unfortunately, is you will live through long stretches of time where it, quote unquote, doesn't help, or worse, detracts from performance. This is about being a long-term thinker and understanding not every piece of the puzzle is going to be going up.
All right, Google continues to rally. Let me see how much I can get for this Iron Condor. Just kind of been sitting on this for a while. It's down a little bit. I'll wait for this to push back up. Okay, looks like we're going to push through this, folks. Looks like we'll push through VWAP. All right, Google, nice recovery. A hammer here would be the most awesome condition. If we were to close above that 200-day moving average, put in a hammer. I mean, kind of short-sighted when you think about it. Google, yeah, the spending is a concern. But longer term, we're looking at 36% CAGR for all of these companies in the global AI build-out. 36% over the next, well, now it's 9 years, but it was 10 years. I wrote an article on the blog if you want to check that out. It's got a picture of, I'll show you. It's got a picture of Jason and Jensen and Zuckerberg talking about their spending and the build out. Okay, right here. This one. Look at the CAGR right here, 36%. 36% year over year. Where NVIDIA was trading at the time. Whoops. NVIDIA was trading at the time, and Meta was trading 700. Meta had moved lower. The point is Google and what happens with this CAGR. So nice. They're buying the dip, so that's good. Nvidia is also being bought. Nvidia buying the dip. Okay, day traders are definitely into this, into the dip. S&P futures continues to rally. Okay, looking pretty good for the evening session. It is lunchtime, 12:23 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's a fine Thursday. Overcast here. I think the hurricane or the tropical depression, whatever it is, out there in the Atlantic. Let's see where it is. Let me check NOAA radar. NOAA. Okay, I don't have it here. Okay, so I have it here on this laptop. Let me go here. Bookmarks. Captain shared this with me a while back. Next tab, satellite radar. Next tab, sat.
I think you're probably going to be rewarded for it. But lastly, I'd say this goes back to the point that I was making before about investors waiting on these on these earnings calls for CEOs and CFOs to make the case in tangible terms, in layman's terms. This is how AI is going to change.
Okay.
We haven't really gotten that just yet from these
And
very enterprise focused.
so we're right here in South Carolina.
To tell that story in a way that regular, ordinary consumers can appreciate.
Okay, here is where we are. Okay, this depression over here. Got a lot of cloud cover coming through our area. Okay, so that's good to see. Meanwhile, chips are gaining. Looks like watch Micron. A lot of good news.
As CEO leading one of these launches. I think it'll be the foldable, and you'll get agentic Siri by year end. And they have approval now to do AI on the phones in China. So I think like the tailwind behind Apple is as good as it's been in the last few years. I think the market has woken up to it, and they love the fact that we don't have this like black hole of capex happening with Apple's balance sheet.
They do have a massive amount of capex, but you know who it's being funded by?
Is it all of us? Is it all
of us? Correct, because we're all out there buying. To Malcolm's point, if there is a super cycle coming up and iPhone upgrades and Mac upgrades and everything else, I remember talking to one tech investor who basically said, you know what, there are not that many companies, Dom, that have as many edge computing touch points as Apple does, right? The device is in our hands, in our homes. If you're trying to connect to the cloud, if you're trying to connect to many of these AI type systems, you're doing it through edge devices.
2.5 billion devices.
And their install base is massive.
They're the toll booth. So look, you like Claude? Great. You're probably going to utilize it through iOS.
Right. Yeah.
Guess who's getting paid?
I think there's a technicality to this as well. I'm not going to say technical, but a technicality. I have a market weight in Apple, okay? I have to say I'm not as enthused as the rest of the group. In this regard, I think it's priced into the stock at 34 times earnings. But what am I going to do as a portfolio manager who has retail clients? What am I going to do? Am I going to sell Apple here, give them a whopping big tax bill because they're going this way?
Headphones.
Yeah. No. So, look, if new money comes in, of course I'm putting some to work. Am I putting it in at the market weight? It's a little hard with what it's done so far. I mean, this was a $180 stock 15 months ago.
All right. We have to take a commercial break. I didn't want to kill the momentum.
Really have
I'm like the DJ that's killed all the momentum in this conversation with Dance Party right now. All right, coming up next year, more of the day's biggest movers and our top calls of the day. And then later on, Josh Brown's back with the best stocks in the market. His fintech pick. That comes back to 2.
All righty. Nvidia still moving, hey? Nvidia. Watch Micron here. Micron has some good news. A upgrade from Bank of America and a big deal with Tesla. Okay, so this is worth a shot. Micron, if it starts going right now, Brother Bill, I don't know if you're listening, but Micron's looking pretty good here. Major vote of confidence from Bank of America, and Micron securing a major Tesla memory allocation this morning. Trying to go now. Micron. There it goes. There it goes. Right there, right now. Oh, good timing. Good timing. There goes Micron. Yeah, I'm watching it. Okay, Micron. Looking good. Looking good.
All right, welcome back to the halftime report. Let's get to some stocks on the move. Lockheed Martin soaring after delivering a beat and raise in its most recent quarter. Leventhal owns it. Jim.
Sometimes the stock market makes things a lot harder than it has to be. If you pull this chart out over the last year or so, you'll see the stock's been all over the place. Guys, it's really kind of simple, and I'm not saying this with any gladness. We're shooting a lot of missiles. We're using a lot of helicopters. We're spending all of the things that Lockheed Martin makes. This stock is a good hold for the next couple of years on that basis.
All right, Blackstone's profit surging on its AI investments. And Jason, you were an owner.
Yeah, so obviously, I mean, Blackstone has struggled this year. It's down about 20 so far this year. Kind of this private credit overhang in the early part of this year, I think, is still playing on the stock. But nice revenue beat on the top and the bottom. Revenue was up 36%. Earnings was up 26%. Ton of dry powder. $228 billion worth of dry powder. So I continue to like this one. Also, realizations, this $3.5 billion data center sale to Digital Realty. Now we've got the real estate division up the most than it's been in 4 years. So from an earnings perspective, I continue to like the measurements here, and I'll continue to own. I'll stay patient here.
The alternative asset managers have been one where people have been trying to pick a bottom for a while. So let's see if that consolidation happens a little bit more in earnest here. Next one is Deutsche Bank upgrading JP Morgan Chase to a buy rating from a hold. Malcolm and Josh both own JP Morgan, and maybe Josh, I'll start with you on this one.
Yeah, so I've spent the better part of 20 years ignoring all the upgrades and downgrades here because the fundamental thing that matters in banking is size and trust, and JP Morgan has both in spades. I think this is a stock that may not outperform every other bank over every cherry-picked time frame, but in the
Josh talking about JP Morgan. Yeah, I agree with what he was saying. It might not happen, might not work every single time. Cherry pick time frames, but over time, JP Morgan is going to do just fine. I'm looking for Citigroup to catch up. Citigroup, it touched the 50-day yesterday and Tuesday, basically. Got rejected. Looking forward to jump back above along with Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs. Also like Bank of America and PNC. PNC is kind of dragging his feet. But JP Morgan looking really good here. Okay, NVIDIA is still pushing. Micron looks good. It's above the 21-day. RSI rising. MACD and stochastics turning. All right. Doesn't get much better than this.
To the team at Cleveland Cliffs for a great quarter and a great prognosis going forward. I will be the first to admit before anybody piles on, this has been a very tough stock for me.
No kidding. Yeah, it's been a tough one. I feel for Jimmy. He always comes with good ideas. Okay.
This is a simple built business. You've got this price of steel, which they sell going up. Their energy costs are under control. Their volumes are going up as the economy continues to expand. It's a simple equation, and it's working out for their favor right now. I expect further appreciation from here.
All right, guys, thank you very much for the comments there. Let's go over to Seema Modi with a CNBC News update right now. Good afternoon, Seema.
Hi, Dom. Here's what we're watching. The Secret Service says a member of Vice President J.D. Vance's protective detail is under investigation for allegedly leaking sensitive information. Officials say the probe involves possible threats to operational security and could become criminal. The agency did not name the person or detail the allegations, but said any conduct risking a protectee's safety will not be tolerated. More than 10,000 people have been evacuated in southwest France as a wildfire burns. Officials say the fire has scorched more than 4,900 acres with about 500 firefighters battling the flames. No injuries have been reported. And Norway's Soccer Federation is weighing a FIFA ethics complaint over President Trump's role in clearing U.S. striker Flo Balogun to play after a red card. Norway's federation president says FIFA bent a basic rule after Trump called the president. Belgium later beat the U.S. 4-1 in the World Cup. Dom?
All right, Seema Modi, thank you very much for the news update there. Up next, Mike Santoli joins us with his midday word. Keep it right here. We'll be back.
Here goes Micron. All right. The New York Fangs still look kind of ugly. They're coming off the lows. That's at least a good thing. NVIDIA off the lows. Broadcom, Meta, Google off the lows. Lisa Sue.
I think we're all going to use a slew of different
Training continues to scale.
what task you're trying to solve and which industry you're in. But the bigger shift is actually an inference. And we expected this. We expected that inference would grow faster than training.
Okay, AMD. Let's see what AMD is doing here. AMD. Okay, still looking good, AMD. It's going to take off at some point, hopefully. So let's say you're looking at AMD and you're saying, oh, man, but it's not going. It's not doing anything. Remember, the longer the base, the higher in space, right? So what's going on with AMD? Well, look at the run-up. Look at the run-up before it broke trend. Okay, that was a nice gain, right? Let's see. Gain was 208, 203%. 203% gain. All right, so that's not bad. Then what happens? What happens? We consolidate. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. You got a top. You got higher lows. Not really. Yeah, slightly higher low. I'm going to take the bodies of the candles. Okay. That looks good. This is going to go. It's going to go eventually. Remember what I said about the compound annual growth rate, the CAGR for tech and the AI build out? It might not go today. It might not go next week or even next 2 weeks, but it's going to go eventually. MACD, look at MACD and stochastic. They're trying really hard. Okay, AMD looks good. I'll save that. So you get a big run up. You get a big run up in the consolidation.
Hey, Dom. Well, we are, of course, continuing to track the congressional support for the Iran war, and we have two updates today. Both the House and the Senate voting on a War Powers Act that would put a few limits on President Trump's ability to have strikes. We should note that this actually passed in the House. You saw 4 Republicans go over and join Democrats on it, but a recent vote in the Senate was not able to get enough.
Yeah, Lisa Sue is live on Yahoo Finance right now.
And Senator Rand Paul, both who have supported these types of measures and limits in the past, they actually did not vote this time around. Not sure if this is just an absence or a statement of where they currently stand, but certainly something to watch because, of course, over the last several months, we have seen the Republican Party go from firmly standing behind President Trump on this to raising some concerns with how his administration has been dealing with. And this, we should note, is really the first time that the House and Senate have voted on the war ever since Trump sent a letter back to Congress saying that attacks had restarted. This, of course, isn't the one back in February. It's much more recent. And we'll be following, of course, the level of support that lawmakers have, especially as the Trump administration is asking for a much larger defense supplemental to continue funding efforts in Iran as well as other places. Guys, Dom?
All right, Emily Wilkins, thank you very much for the update out of Washington, D.C. We appreciate that. Now let's turn it to Mike Santoli, senior markets commentator and overtime anchor, co-anchor, with his midday word from the NASDAQ.
Micron looking good, taking off.
But is it something that makes people feel comfortable, or is maybe just the worst to come as we hit those opposing bell?
All right, nice one.
I guess it's reassuring that things didn't get more disorderly in the morning. It threatened to do so. We did make a new 1-month low in the S&P 500. We're still in this mode where the thing that's been holding the index up is also the thing that's holding it back. The constant internal tension between what's working and what's not. We have not yet proven that semis can rally while the big tech platform hyperscaler stocks can also participate, and vice versa. You can't have a broadening of this market towards cyclicals and non-tech if the bond market does not ratify that move, and higher yields means it doesn't happen, and we have consumer pretty weak today. So all those elements, I think, are still kind of churning around. I do think there's been a little bit of damage to the trend. I mean, you see the, we're 2.5 months into this mode where we haven't made much headway. The NASDAQ 100 doesn't not look like a possible top. I mean, or maybe it has more ground to go.
All right, it's back back to 750.
And if anything, the macro story for the market is leaning more toward overheat than vulnerability in terms of the pace of growth.
Yeah, vis-a-vis that, the VanEck Vector Semiconductor ETF is only down 0.5% today, so a lot of machinations going on right now. Thank you very much, Mike. We'll see you later on Closing Bell Overtime from the NASDAQ. Up next here, Josh Brown has his best stocks in the market. Halftime, we'll be back right after this.
All right, so Micron, I have December calls, so these gyrations are activity doesn't really bother me that much. I don't like it when it's down. Obviously, I want it to be up every single day. Of course, that's unrealistic. But yeah, the longer dated calls are going to give you a lot more, a lot less anxiety, I should say. Because you're not worried about every little dip or even every pullback on a weekly basis. Look at Home Depot, for example. Home Depot. I'm not really worried about Home Depot. I'd be stopping out if it drops too much lower. But I have a profit. Let me see Home Depot. Home Depot. Where are you, Home Depot? Home Depot. There you are. Okay, Home Depot. Yeah, I got a small profit. I have October calls. Trying to coordinate with the hurricane season. Had some tornadoes the last couple of days. So longer dated calls are going to give you less anxiety. Okay, NVIDIA, same thing. I think I have September for NVIDIA. Only reason that I don't want to speak for anyone in the trading room, but the only reason I would trade like Friday puts or calls or 0 day, the reason I do that is for a day trade. Obviously, 0 day you're not going to hold on to unless you want to get assigned. The great thing about S&P 500, the big cap index, is that you cannot get assigned. Whereas with SPY and the Q and IWM, if you're not paying attention and it closes in the money, you get assigned shares. With S&P, you don't get assigned. You make $100 for every point above your strike. So let's say S&P 500, just as a general note for people. All right, so we're right. Let's say you bought the 7,400 call at the low of the day, 7,400 call, and you're not paying attention, and the close comes. Excuse me. The close comes. You have the 7,400 call. The close comes, and you have one call, and it closes right here, 74.15. 15 points. You're gonna make $1,500. You're gonna make the money. You don't get assigned shares. That's the beauty of trading the S&P 500. Big cap. Anyway, kind of getting sidetracked. We made a nice little rally. Looked like we're gonna start to roll a bit. Okay, there's resistance right here at 74. Actually, we're above 7,400, so we might be able to follow through. Stay above 74. All right, we're starting to sell a little bit.
That's right, Dom. We're going to talk about a stock that I literally do not trust, but as part of the research we do, it's the best stocks in the market. I have to listen to what the market's saying and at least investigate. And what it's telling me right now is that Wall Street may be ready to reconsider block. So you may remember
XYZ.
Square ticker is inexplicably XYZ. This was a early fintech payments giant that literally had a
Okay, you're gonna get a pop on Josh's comments, so don't chase the pop. XYZ. Yeah, I don't like it. SoFi, another one in this group. Okay, SoFi back below the 50-day. Okay, Micron, NVIDIA, a couple of these had popped. It looks like a liquidity grab where institutions push it above a level, stop people out, have the prices pull back. People close their positions, people who went long on Micron right here. Okay, so people go long on the breakout. It takes out stops that are up here, reverses. These people who went long also take profits or take their positions off because they get stopped out for whatever reason. Now we're looking for the trend to reverse and move higher. This is a pre-market high right here, the purple line. When that news came out about Tesla requisitioning Micron for some of their memory chips, a big deal, a big purchase order, I guess, or purchase orders plural. I didn't read into it too much. I just know it's from Tesla, and Bank of America is bullish on Micron after a pullback, after a 4-week pullback. Okay, so 3.5 weeks. Micron, AMD, NVIDIA, all these big chip names, Broadcom, they're going to be fun. They'll be much higher by this time next year, barring any kind of black swan event out of left field. All of these will be higher, most likely. Okay, Google, Iron Condor is fine.
go buy something like an eBay. I think it's interesting. I think the whole fintech landscape is really being held down by the 10-year being what it is and being as stubborn as it is. There's tons of opportunity in names like SoFi, you mentioned, and Rocket. We've talked about a million times on this desk.
Okay, Lisa Sue is live right now, AMD. She's live on stage. Okay, it's down on whatever she just showed in the markets there. She just held up a chip. Helios Compute Architecture delivers the highest performing GPU with Instinct MI455X. 432 gigabytes. Wow. These things are really cool. AMD is in a big range, consolidating the previous gains from March, April. Okay. So some of these stocks have bounced, but they're not really following through markedly. They're not burning the doors down. And we're down on the day, so we're looking for price action to continue to move higher. Let's see what futures look like. Futures back below the 105. Okay, we got a low tech alert. S&P is turning back down. S&P turning back down. We briefly were above VWAP. Let's see if we bounce at 7,400 or not. Okay, so we got this level here, 73.95, 7,400. Okay. So we got Intel earnings tonight. What do you guys think? Thumbs up or thumbs down for Intel? Intel. I'm not going to play. I have some calls. Hopefully, we move higher. Let's see. Do I want to take these off? I really don't want to gamble on Intel. I mean, this could go either way. We saw what happened with Google. Google earnings were good. It's just the spending the markets don't like, right? Okay, so I'm up on Intel. Okay, I got Friday calls. What can I get for these to close them? Intel. Closing order. $1.10 per contract. All right, so 30 cents per contract. I'm up $300. Should I just take it? Probably should just take it. $300. Oh, by the way, I'm going to take next Friday off. Okay, I'm going to go down and visit my mom. She's getting older. She's 94. So I'm going to go down and visit her. I don't know how many more years she's going to be around, but it's my birthday on Saturday. So I'm going to take Friday off. I'm going to leave Thursday night after the market. I'm going to take a Friday off. Fridays are always slow anyway. So you guys aren't going to miss me. The room will still be open. So you guys will be trading. And I will be checking in. I will be checking into the trading room. I just won't be live. You won't get to hear my wonderful voice. Fridays are usually slow anyway. So I'm going to take off next Friday. And I'll be back on Monday. Probably Monday morning. There's a possibility I might not be back until Monday noon. So I don't take vacations. I haven't taken a week vacation since before 2017. So it's not like I take any time off. So hopefully everybody will be fine with that. Besides, I need a break. Need a break from the markets every once in a while. Staring at a computer screen all day, talking nonstop. Mondo says I talk too much. Or not that I talk too much, but that he doesn't know how I manage to talk so much during the trading day. I'm just a talkative person. If you were to meet me and just sit down and have a cup of coffee, you wouldn't get in a word edgewise because I wind up talking the whole time. I want to make sure you know all of my thoughts before you get to express yours, right? Like Bill Burr likes to say. Not really. I mean, I'm usually a pretty good conversationalist. I'm just watching the markets. Markets aren't doing anything except fading right now. So Micron back into the range, morning range. Okay. Looks like puts are being more active now. It would have been really nice. It would have been really nice if we had a hammer on the daily, right? Instead, what we have S&P 500 is a spinning top or doji. RSI dropping is below 50. So the odds are that we move lower tomorrow. Okay, so the markets need to consolidate. Now, will we stay in a range? Okay, will we stay in this range? I'll tell you what I think here in a second, but this is the low. This is the high. And basically we're in the lower half, right? We're in the lower half. Why is this not straight? Okay, there you go. So basically we're right at the middle, lower half, whatever. If you take this wick right there as the low. Now, my thinking is that we're going to stay in this range and we're just going to keep seeing rotation. Because we got sectors like XLV moving higher. We've got, well, right now we have 195 stocks advancing. So you've got roughly 300 stocks declining. You got Core 1M back above 822. Core 1M's back above 8 again. So here's XLV. So rotation into healthcare, rotation into industrials, XLI, XLU, utilities. Okay, so rotation. XLP, not so much. XLE, energy, yes. Financials, holding on. Tech. I mean, is considering what we're looking at on the S&P 500, I think you have to agree XLK is not doing that bad. Semiconductors, SMH, even this is not doing that bad. Can we roll over? Absolutely. Will we roll over? Hard to say. But if you look at the New York Stock Exchange, always check the New York Stock Exchange when you're in doubt. We're holding on to the 21-day. Notice the wick. We have buyers at the low of the day. Does it mean we're going to keep trending? We can't turn down? No, we can turn down. We have mixed signals, basically. And when it's neutral, you don't put on a lot of risk, right? Here's junk bonds gapping down. Now, this last time it gapped down over here, the next day, what happened? It ran right back up, trapped a lot of people. What this is telling you is that these traders who are risk averse, they're not in the market right now. Why is that important? It's important because these traders are buying some of the riskiest bonds out there, junk bonds. If you know anything about the history of junk bonds, there was a guy named Michael Milliken back in the 80s who got caught with insider trading junk bonds. He was working with this guy, Ivan Boesky. A book was written about it, The Den of Thieves. If you like some summertime reading, it's a pretty good book. What's his name? James Stewart. Okay, that's how I always remember the guy's name. James Stewart. Okay, Den of Thieves. This is a really good book. Really good book. This is what got me interested in trading in the first place. I read this back in originally published 1991, but I started thinking about the markets in 1986. I moved up to New Jersey after I graduated LSU. School of Architecture, became an architect, worked for a couple of big developers in the Northeast, and had extra money. So what am I going to do with that extra money? Wasn't into a 401k at that time, but I was into investing. So I bought my first stock in 1987, December. Everybody knows the story of that if you've been around for any length of time. But this is a good book. Take a screen cap, whatever. Want to ask later, that's fine. But 1986 is when I got involved in the markets. And if you get too focused on the noise, you can miss the big picture, right? This is over 1,000% gain since 2009. Now I started investing in 1987. Okay, right after the big drop. I've told this story before. I was working at Hartz Mountain. Was like there for maybe, at the time, that was a year, almost 2 years. They're all standing around the water cooler, and everybody is freaked out because the markets had just dropped 26%. They couldn't get through to their brokers. They couldn't close their positions. Most of them had like money market funds, and that was before ETFs, big funds, so you couldn't get through to your broker. A lot of people freaked out, but 2 years later, we had made a new high. The moral of the story is invest for the long term. You should have a portion of your money invested in long-term assets because the markets do go up. What is this gain here since 1987? 1987. Okay, we're down here. I got in right after the drop, so that would be right here, all the way up to the high. Okay, so you can see investing from when I started, 3,402, 20%, right? Now, obviously, I didn't get all of that. Nowhere near that, really. But the point is, invest for the long term. All right, I'll get off my soapbox. We're turning back up now. I was trying to focus on the fact that there's so much noise out there, and also considering the CAGR that I keep bringing up, 36% for the next 9 years. It was 10 years, now it's 9. It's still 36% CAGR. The AI build out, all those companies are expected to make 36% compound annual growth for the next 9 years. Now, some of them are not going to make it. Some will. Here's Rocket Lab starting to turn back up. Rocket Lab. Now, I heard somebody talking a few minutes ago about the space industry. It's not even the first inning. So here's a good example of, I know I'm jumping all over the place, but here's a good example of why you would buy June next year call options, or even 2028. Buy some leaps, and it's going to cost you a lot less. Instead of buying 100 shares of this, that would set you back $6,900, right? $7,000. You buy an option, a leap. Maybe you buy it in the money. You spend $1,000 instead of spending $7,000. You're spending $1,000. You have a leap that guarantees you a profit if it continues to move higher over the next 12 months. 11 months. So I like buying leaps. Lee Star was really into leaps a lot. Many of you got hooked on leaps too, with Rick, who's no longer with us. But Rocket Labs, people were talking about the space industry. They're not even in the first inning yet. SpaceX, Firefly. What's Fly doing? Firefly. Okay, that's pulled back quite a bit, right? So buying these down here, you want to buy down here, not up here. Get excited and pay up for your options. You want to buy some down here? Yeah, you're going to have to wait a while probably. Personally, I would wait for this to turn back up, but MACD is starting to turn. So when the markets get like they are acting right now, spend some time doing a little bit of homework. What do I want to buy? Collect some cash. These dips are opportunities. You got some really smart people in the trading room. I see comments. I pay attention. I see comments. Instead of looking at the markets as a drag, if you're 100% invested long and you're down, 5-10%, yeah, you're going to be a little upset. But if you've been listening for the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we've been taking profits off into strength, reducing our risk, even on stocks that look like they were just going to keep going forever, like NVIDIA yesterday. I told you I was taking some NVIDIA off yesterday into strength. Okay. So here's NVIDIA yesterday. Okay. We tagged this level overhead. We're above the 50-day. We gapped down. So it was, at the time, it didn't seem like, why are you selling NVIDIA now? Well, we were running up against resistance. That was the main thing. Here we are down here today, and I could buy these NVIDIA calls back for about 75-cent discount, $1 discount. So I sold up here, made a nice profit. I can buy it back now if it bounces off the 50-day. I don't need to do it today. I can do it tomorrow. Rocket Labs looks good. Let's see. SK Hynix is flagging. Micron's back down in the range, so it's telling us don't get too excited. I'd really like to see what tomorrow brings before I do anything else, because S&P is turning back down again. S&P. Okay, 7,400. Hopefully we can hold above 7,400. That would be a nice level. All right, Netflix turning back up. So Netflix is a good example. All right, buy some leaps on Netflix. Instead of buying 100 shares, buy one call. Buy one in the money call. Maybe you buy a 70. It's at the money. So you're going to have a 50 delta. Actually, it's probably going to be more like a 60 delta, even though it's out of the money if you buy next year. Okay, let's go see what that looks like right now, actually. Netflix. I already have a position, so I'm not going to add to it until it gets at least above the 21-day. Netflix. Let's take a look at Netflix here. Netflix. Oh, boy. Hope everyone's having a good day. It's kind of slow. It's boring when things pull back and don't move higher. Let's go out to... Okay, I have August calls. Okay, I got a spinning top here. Okay, let's listen. AMD has a live conference right now. It's on Yahoo Finance if you find it on your TV. They're talking about AMD with their partnership with OpenAI.
One of the other things that's super exciting for us is because AMD is built around an open software ecosystem, all these things that we are now inventing internally for our own use, we believe we can also bring it to the whole world and allow the whole world to use it for all of the AI models out there, not just our models.
I think super excited about that. I think the idea is that it's really the tide that lifts all boats, right? As we work, it helps our work together, but it really helps the overall ecosystem. So a little bit of your crystal ball. Looking forward, I think we all know that compute is super critical. What do you need from the next generation AI infrastructure, and what can we do as really a key partner to help you accomplish that mission?
If you haven't heard already, I need more compute, more fun, more. Okay.
At least he's consistent, right?
All right. So I'm sorry, I got sidetracked there. Let's go to June of 27. June of 27, 2027, and we'll look at some 70 calls. Okay. 70 calls. Okay, a 70 call is a 60 delta, as I thought. Okay, as I thought. We're just out of the money. Got 3,000 contracts in open interest. 60 have traded today. Okay, any big trades there? You know what I haven't done is I haven't run a scan today. That's good for the evening session anyway. So let's run a scan. So Netflix, the 70 calls a 60 delta. I'm looking at June of next year. Maybe you structure a trade. Maybe you buy the 70 to make it even more affordable. You buy the 70, sell the 80, 10 wide. So it's probably not going to make it above the 50-day on its first shot. But in the next few weeks, I got to believe, given the volume that we're looking at, Netflix will be, at some point, we're going to start to see this move higher. It's been in a downtrend for 3 months. So that's one thing you could do, all right?
That's fantastic, Sachin. And look, we really do recognize that input is so valuable. So I have to say, thank you again for just the extraordinary partnership, the amount of work that our teams are doing together, and we couldn't be more excited about the opportunities in front of us. Thank you, Sachin.
Thank you so much.
Yes. All right, so now let's turn to the world of CPUs. There's been a lot of talk about CPUs recently, and I can say that this has been the foundation.
I like their logo, AMD.
Strategy for the longest time. We launched Epic in 2017, and we've been on
Cool
a very,
logo.
very clear mission. Every generation, more performance, more efficiency, more capability for a wider range of workloads.
This is Lisa Sue speaking. I just want to listen into what she has to say since we do have positions in AMD off and on. I currently do not have a position in AMD. Let's see.
And then Turin set, Genoa expanded our performance, and then Turin set a new bar for density, throughput, and total cost of ownership. That's really been the Epic formula.
It's been in a base,
and very consistent
a flat base at highs AMD. Once it breaks out, it'll be obvious. We'll probably structure some more trades on AMD. S&P is trying to hold on to 7,400. It's at 7,409, just shy of 7,410 at the moment. Okay, so critical level 7,400. You can see it. All of this positive gamma down here. You can see negative gamma starting to creep in. So if we start to rise up, for those of you who like to trade the evening session, you know, buy some cheap out of the money options. I'm not saying 20 points, 30 points. I'm talking about like 5 points out of the money on the S&P big cap. This could run quickly if we hold this level and start to turn back up and get above VWAP. Okay, so we need to get back above VWAP for starters.
So the first section, is GPU servers, and that's fairly well known. That's where the CPU's job is basically to drive the GPUs, and so the job.
That's a pretty good point she just made. You know, agentic AI. How many people do you know that uses it? I use it. I know Cayman uses it. I know a number of you. I know Corey uses it on a daily basis. It's going to become more and more ubiquitous. So AMD is right in there with the 3 tiers of agentic AI, with the way they have their processors positioned. And the company is just going to keep growing. So it's just a matter of time when AMD breaks out. I love listening to these CEOs talk because their brains are just so beyond mine. The things they think about to run a company, multi-billion-dollar, in some case, trillion-dollar companies. That's wild. GPU servers, agent CPU servers, and general purpose servers.
Workloads, you actually need the right CPU for the right workload. And Epic is the only CPU portfolio.
And Claude, they all charge money for their advanced services, so it's just a matter of time. They're going to start seeing revenue.
And it's actually designed for the agentic era.
Instead of hiring a coder, you can do the work yourself if you just know how to be specific in your requests.
That's TCO for cloud.
All right, let me listen to her for a minute. Stop talking.
And then it starts with our all-new Zen 6 core. We have higher IPC, higher frequency, and that delivers up to 1.8 times more performance than Turin. That is one of the largest generational gains. I mean, we have been doing this for 6 generations, but this is one of the largest generational gains in the history of Epic. It's 203 billion transistors built on TSMC's newest 2-nanometer process, and it uses a next-generation chiplet that supports up to 512 threads per socket. And this is actually a really important point. I'm going to show you why in a few minutes. This gives us the highest compute density, but it also allows us to double both the memory and the I/O bandwidth. So I have a few more chips to show you, if that's all right. And what's clear is Venice is not one chip. Venice is actually an entire family of chips. And this is where our chiplet architecture becomes a huge, huge advantage. It lets us take the Zen 6 architecture and build a whole portfolio around it. So let's start with this guy. This is Venice HF. This is the highest performing CPU that drives AI host nodes. It has 8 compute chiplets, each with 12 cores, running at up to 5 gigahertz with the I/O and memory bandwidth to keep the GPUs completely fed. And this is the CPU that I showed you before, shipping inside.
Wow, the Venice server. That's gonna give NVIDIA a run for their money. I think their server is $3,000. NVIDIA's is $8,000.
This is the chip that's built for agentic sandboxes, and it also has 8 compute chiplets, but each of the chiplets now has 32 cores, so it scales all the way to 512 threads, and it is the highest compute density in the industry.
Wow, that's pretty wild.
Customers get more agent capacity per watt, per dollar, per rack, bar none. Okay, and then one more member of the family. This one is Venice 128 core, and this guy is optimized for enterprise and general purpose servers. This is the same leadership performance per core, but it's in a lower cost, lower power design for enterprise applications. And this one is really tuned to give customers the best performance per dollar across a wide range of configurations. So you can see really the power of the family as they come together. And in addition with these guys, I can tell you that next year we're adding a few other chips to the family. We're adding Verano, which is the next generation for AI host nodes. And what that adds is a more power efficient, low power memory, as well as faster interconnect between the CPU and the GPU. And then we're also adding for our high performance computing, our technical computing, Venice X, which is using our 3D V-cache stacking technology. And we're really the first to stack memory chiplets right below the compute chiplets to accelerate performance, even for those types of workloads. So you can see one architecture, a CPU is not a CPU. There are many different types of CPUs. And for us, one architecture spans dozens of different chips. And that breadth is someone that no other CPU vendor can match. And that's what makes 6th Gen Epic the best CPU in the data center. Now you're going to bear with me because I'm going to take you through some performance because the numbers are just incredible. So looking at AI workloads, right? Again, you have different use cases and different workloads. Starting first with GPU servers. Many of the largest frontier models require you to move data between the CPU and the GPU. And in that scenario, Venice moves the data faster than the best competitive x86 processor, delivering up to 1.8 times more tokens per second. And when you look at the agentic CPU servers and sandboxes, because of our density, Venice delivers more than twice the agents per watt for agent sandboxes. And for general purpose applications, in this case, we're standardizing on 100 kilowatt.
NVIDIA trying to push a bit higher.
More than twice the performance per watt. So pretty incredible results. And the gap is even wider if you look at ARM processors. So if you look at the leading ARM processors, when we're comparing at the chip level, Venice supports up to 2.8 times more agents per watt. And when you look at the rack level, Venice is delivering up to 3.3 times more performance per watt. And what that means is at the data center scale, you can just get a lot more agents in the same power envelope. Now, there's been a lot of talk about what matters most for agentic AI, with some saying that per-core performance under load is the only thing that counts. But that's really only part of the story, because agentic AI actually runs as a distributed platform, and that is across databases and vector stores and orchestration. And all of that has to happen at once. And that requires not just raw speed, but you absolutely need density, efficiency, and per-core performance all together. And what I'm happy to say is that Venice leads across every one of them. So when you compare Venice against the highest performing ARM CPU from our competition, EPYC delivers 20% higher per-core performance. And when we I like that number. And when we pair that with leadership core density, we're delivering 2.2 times more performance at the socket level. And so the main point is whether a customer needs per core or per socket performance, Venice is the leader. And there's one more point that's a benchmark doesn't really capture. Because when you think about what agentic AI is, it's really like you're adding thousands of employees to your enterprise, to your sort of traditional workflow. And that software enterprises have been running on for years. The truth is that software runs on x86. So Venice runs all of it. And this is where x86 has an advantage. You must have the best performance. You must have the best density. But having that software compatibility is a big, big plus. So customers scale up their agents on the stack that they already have. And now, let me just show you what that means at the rack level. So at the rack level, what we find is density is super important. Everyone's trying to optimize their data center. Everyone's trying to optimize their power envelope. And with Venice, every major server OEM is offering a broad spectrum of racks for agentic AI. So what that means is we have the full spectrum from 25,000 cores to 50,000 cores, and that's more agents per rack, and that gives customers the choice. The key is every data center is different, and with that, the flexibility allows you to pick the right cooling, the right space requirements for what you're trying to do in your data center. So there you have it, Venice, the best server CPU in the industry. And I'm very happy to say also today that Venice is in full production. Customer demand is incredible. It's the strongest we've ever seen for a new EPYC generation. We're seeing every major server OEM, every major cloud provider on track to begin rolling out in the fourth quarter as we start with making the broadest EPYC launch we've ever had. So with that, I want to turn to my next guest, who runs some of the largest and most advanced compute infrastructure in the world. And it's really been our privilege to partner with them as they've deployed multiple generations of both EPYC and Instinct. To share more about our work together, please welcome to the stage Meta's head of infrastructure, Santosh Janardhan.
Wow. Yeah, AMD, Meta.
Wonderful. It is so great to have you here. Thank you for being here.
Good.
Santosh is a true friend. I have to say, it's been a tremendous opportunity over the last few years. My story about Santosh is the first time I sat in his office, he said to me, Lisa, we're going to deploy a lot of CPUs. Please make sure they work. And I said, I will.
And you lived it up. I'm just saying, it was good.
Thanks, Ryan. But look, Santosh, Meta operates, you operate some of the most advanced infrastructure in the world. What's happening in the data center world? What's happening in your world? Tell us a little bit about the architecture and what you're working on.
Sure. First of all, thank you. It's awesome. This is like a hardware geek's paradise, right? You're talking about transistors, you're talking about hardware, you're talking about cooling. This is sort of the jam. I like it, yeah. Right. And I think this is an audience that's receptive to it. So I usually talk to audiences, they have usually either not been to a data center or not really seen a chip ever. So this is refreshing, I have to say. The thing I'll say about, we are seeing sort of demand go through the roof. If you look at inference, training, recommendation system, that's how your newsfeed works, content creation, the demand for that is just exponential right now, right? And when I think about sort of the overall, Mark has this vision of delivering personal super intelligence to billions of people. So if you go to sort of Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp or whatever surface you go to, the idea is that we'll meet you there.
All right, trying to get back above VWAP. It looks like Netflix and NVIDIA want to go here. Okay, starting to look better.
We established this meta computing initiative. And this is a top-level thing Mark himself oversees. Now, what it means is that we are now moving away from an area where we used to take servers, optimize it, right? This is what conversations we were having many years ago that, hey, I'm deploying a CPU, I really need to maximize performance out of it. It's different now. You talked about how we should be thinking about the whole system end to end.
Yes.
We are at a point where we have to look about the whole data center and think about it as one integrated system. Servers, hardware, networking, cooling, power, all of that is not optional. All of that has to work together, right? And this is where I think there's a huge opportunity for collaboration with partners like AMD, because you have to now co-design, co-create.
So cool. Can imagine being in that industry.
Something that comes off the shelf, right? The other thing is, by the way, flexibility. The thing I really like about what you said is that this is such a big opportunity in the industry right now. All of us need to lean in and sort of work on this together. So it needs to be open. It needs to be heterogeneous. And I think there's no one company, one partner that works for any one of us. We need to sort of work on this together. And that's why I think you're one of our most important strategic partners.
Thank you, Santosh. And look, we completely agree with your philosophy. Now, you are actually one of our broadest partners. Because if you think about our work on CPUs, GPUs, we developed the rack scale OCP systems together. You deployed lots and lots of CPUs, so millions of CPUs, and you're a lead partner on Venice. Can you just talk a little bit about sort of your CPU infrastructure and some of our work together?
Sure. It's been many years. And the story that Lisa was saying was many years ago. I think we went to Milan, to Bergamo, to Turin, now to Venice. So it's at least the fourth generation. So long time partnership, obviously. I actually think the world is changing in the sense that the world is changing. Every year it's a new world these days.
It's like every month.
Exactly. So what ends up happening now is that it's not just a GPU game anymore. It's CPUs and GPUs. If anything, I think CPUs are becoming at least as important, if not more. You're looking at a world where sort of the workforce, the workload is changing because while you have your workhorses and GPUs, at the end of the day, there's agentic workloads. You have to run your tools, you have to run your systems, and all the code that's been generated still needs to run somewhere, right? So I'm super excited to work on Venice. I think there's a lot to come there. And you have to think again, this is a theme that I'm assuming will go throughout the presentation, that you have to start thinking about CPUs and GPUs as conjoined things. You hand off workloads depending on the work.
New York Fang.
Yes, no,
Looking a little better.
We've gotten a lot of feedback from your technical team. I think that's what I really
Buyers at the low of the day.
About the partnership with Meta. Now, clearly, you're deploying lots of GPUs too, a lot of accelerators, and you're also one of our deepest partners on the accelerator side, starting with MI300, and then we had very large strategic partnership announced around up to 6 gigawatts, starting with MI450. And what we're doing is quite unique with Meta. So can you talk a little bit about sort of the evolution and the MI450 plans?
Again, multi-year collaboration. I think.
Okay, Netflix is pushing up. Netflix, for those of you who bought recently, Netflix. Okay, buyers at the low of the day. You can see the wick on today's candle. It's not going to bolt higher, but it is looking pretty good at this point. Get back above 70 would be a good level. Netflix is trying to go right here. Netflix going.
And we are going to deploy it across the board because it gives us the opportunity to go and sort of really collaborate. I think the big difference between sort of the 300, 350, and 450 is that we have had engineers sitting in the same room, talking to each other, co-designing, co-creating, like power pooling. Like I was saying, it's not just a single thing, and we are not shy in feedback. Like
they're not shy. For sure.
But you're very receptive. So this is true partnership, right? This is the point about co-designing and co-creating that I think. And like I was saying, that's a huge sort of deployment coming in. The more we deploy, the earlier we co-design, the better we are.
Yeah, absolutely. Really appreciate the effort together on MI450. Now, I want to ask you also about your crystal ball. So you look out into the future and you see, what the next, few years really means as you push forward in the AI industry. What are the biggest challenges and really opportunities for us? This is the industry ecosystem here. So what should we be focused on as an industry?
Listen, all of you know about the bottlenecks. You know about the power, the data centers, the silicon, like all of these, I think, are choke points that I think the industry is waiting on. But those are things I'm pretty confident will sort of work our way through. And at the end of the day, I think that demand is immense. People are responding. But the thing that I really want to make sure all of us realize is that we should not think about systems in isolations. Like I was saying, CPUs and GPUs are one conjoined system. You should start thinking about it that way. You should.
Netflix is trying.
You need to co-design things early. See, data centers takes years to build. Okay, like one of my favorite stories is Mark comes to me and says, "Hey, I want to get worth of data centers." Well, you should have talked to me 2 years ago. It takes time. Right? It's the same with silicon, right? It just takes time. So we need to be starting and sitting down in the room co-designing today for what we need to deploy in 27 and 28. That, I think, is when we truly unlock sort of powers of the system. The systems are amazing. The specs are amazing, right? But think about how much more you can get out of it if you sit in a room and just co-design it today. And in 28, we'll be having much better graphs out there.
Fantastic. Santosh, I completely agree with you. I want to say again, thank you. We are so happy with the amazing partnership that we have, across the board, and most importantly, with your engineering teams. And we truly are excited about what we're going to do in the future. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Okay, Netflix is on the move.
So you heard Santosh talk about just the diversity of workloads and really the massive scale that you require with AI. Now I want to turn to another part of the inference market where the requirements are actually very different. So lots and lots of workloads, and as inference is moving into more products and services, we're actually seeing it segment into different workloads depending on what you're trying to do. Some of these are, let's call it less interactive. So they're really tuned for, let's call it maximum throughput or the lowest cost. Other of these applications require more balanced throughput. So you have to balance throughput and responsiveness. Mm-hmm. And then there's this new class of applications that actually want very fast results. You have extremely smart.
I'm going for 60
and they don't like to wait.
hours.
And that is where ultra low latency or every
The one that more for me is the super speed. These are the ones that spread up on the branch, on the tree.
And one of the best ways to reach ultra low latency today.
Say what?
These are the ones that kind of dread up on the tree.
Mm-hmm.
They're super sweet. You don't want them more for me. No?
You more for you. You know how many freaking figs you got downstairs? You got like the whole refrigerator is full of figs.
Look at the content of figs. What happens? Google. What happens if you eat figs every day?
You poop a lot. That's what you do.
Really.
That's okay. You got
So you
what?
don't want them?
You got like 10 pounds of figs in
I
that
need
fridge.
to make jam out of them. Yeah, I've
You
been
you said that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's not on mute, you know.
Hello, people of the
Of the internet.
internet. Do you want figs? No?
No.
Okay.
Paka.
People who love hardware.
Cerebrus is on now. Wow.
I'm thrilled to be here with you and to announce our cool new partnership. At Cerebrus, we build the world's largest and fastest chip. It's a full wafer. And we package this into a system and systems, right, into racks and then racks into clusters. And we deliver them both on premise and via the cloud. And you've had some of our customers up here already today. On the Frontier Labs, we serve customers like OpenAI, and in the hyperscalers like AWS, in the small agentic and the coding space, leaders like Cognition. And they do this because we're blisteringly fast.
There's no question, Andrew, that you have some tremendous innovation with what you've been working on. And our team's been collaborating really closely over the last few years to really have Helios together with the wafer scale engine for ultra low latency inference. Can you just educate the audience a little bit? What are we trying to do, and what does that mean for customers?
Sure. I think what's happened, and you described it previously, is that sort of AI has moved from being a novelty to being useful, and then in some domains a necessity. And when something is a necessity, people want to use it, and they want to use it quickly. And to serve this market, this segment of ultra low latency, we sought a partnership that could extend our capabilities and our footprint. And there was no better answer than AMD. We were already an AMD customer as we use AMD CPUs to surround our systems. And we were so excited at the opportunity to build a disaggregated solution.
All right, let's see what Cerebrus is doing. Cerebrus, CBRS. Oh, big spike there. Big spike. Okay. Oh, that's wild.
So as Lisa described, what you have with Instinct in the Helios rack is you have the leader in performance and memory capacity. And you marry that with our wafer scale engine, which is the leader in SRAM and in memory bandwidth. And that combination allows us to deliver a solution that is unmatched in the industry.
So very, very exciting. I know that customers are excited about what we're going to do together as well. So when are we going to have it in market?
Later this year, and it will be first in the Cerebrus cloud, and it will be later at a store near you.
I think the key thing is we're going to give customers a choice to really put together what is the solution that they want. And I think we're very, very happy to be able to do this together with you. I think it's a huge step up in terms of what we can do for this ultra low latency segment.
I think that's right. I think until recently, customers they could have sort of high throughput, or they could have extraordinary speed. And by bringing together the Helios rack with the Cerebrus wafer scale engine, we give you 5 times the throughput while continuing to deliver this extraordinary speed. It's really something amazing.
Fantastic. Well, look, Andrew, huge congratulations to what you and the Cerebrus team have done. I mean, I think it's been incredible. I think you've been clear on what you were trying to accomplish, and it's really nice to see not only it come together, but us come together to offer a solution that will be very, very compelling to customers. So we can't wait to get this into customers' hands.
Soon.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So look, I think we've shown you a lot of hardware this morning. But as we all know, hardware is only part of the story. It's actually software that turns all of this into a platform that developers can really build on. So to share the progress we're making with ROCm, please welcome AMD Senior Vice President of AI, Bob Sipopana, to the stage.
Wow. All these partnerships.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be back to talk about software. Just a few years ago, programming AMD GPUs required deep expertise and significant engineering effort. We've come a long, long way in a remarkably short period of time. Through our open source community collaboration and sustained investment in ROCm, our software stack, AMD Instinct GPUs are powering some of the most important and consequential workloads on the planet. But the biggest change is still ahead of us. AI is transforming how software is getting built, and we are bringing that transformation to ROCm, and that's what I'm excited to share with you guys today. Our software teams have been moving fast with relentless focus on developers. We've invested at every level of the stack in build and test infrastructure.
Netflix pushing a bit more.
ROCm releases now go out.
Futures did dip back below VWAP. S&P.
We'll continue to expand the work we do with our AI ecosystem partners.
S&P back to 7,400.
And a significantly better out-of-the-box experience. Our strategy that has gotten us here has been remarkably consistent. It's built on two core principles. Partner deeply with the open source ecosystem and build with the right layers of abstraction to enable developer productivity. Open source gives us velocity and scale, and abstraction makes developers more productive. Our deep commitment to open source has resonated with the community that has truly embraced AMD. From frameworks and compiler stacks to inference engines and model hubs, AMD is now becoming part of default enablement for the most important AI communities, such as Hugging Face, PyTorch, JAX, VLLM, and SGLang. This is why new models get day zero support and why the world's most important AI workloads run on AMD today. That is a big shift. Inspired by engineers seeking productivity, abstractions have evolved to enable work at the right level of detail, hiding complexity when they want speed, and exposing control when they need performance. From low-level programming in assembly and C to block programming abstractions like Triton to Pythonic frameworks, we've invested in key abstractions. Aether, our kernel library, and Atom, our serving engine, get you peak performance without writing the kernels yourself. FlyDSL is a brand new Pythonic domain-specific language that gives you low-level control with the performance of hand-tuned C++. And Mori, our communications library, helps deliver leadership performance on the latest models like Minimax. But look, something very, very exciting is happening. Over the past year, I've seen something remarkable inside AMD. Our engineers are using AI models to generate GPU kernels, optimize code, debug issues, and improve performance. And in some cases, these AI-generated kernels are shockingly good. Better than what we expected. Sometimes better than the most manually tuned versions. The first time you see this, you're a little bit skeptical. You run more tests, you try to break it, you look for what went wrong, and then you realize this is real. What has happened in general software development is coming to significantly transform GPU programming. It's going to reduce the time it takes to bring up workloads, make optimization automated, and will remove any remaining barriers to broad adoption. We want to put that capability in the hands of every developer. So today, I'm excited to introduce ROCm.ai. It's an agentic AI platform that brings the capabilities of AI-assisted GPU programming to developers. It starts with a simple idea of giving developers access to the power of an AMD ecosystem through the AI coding agents they already use. Whether you're using Cursor, Claude, Codex, ROCm.ai helps those agents understand AMD platforms, understand ROCm, and helps you build and optimize your workloads. In other words, we are making those popular coding agents into ROCm super users. You should be able to describe the workload you want to run, the performance target you want to hit, and then let the agents help you get there. For years, we have been building the open software foundation. Now, we are adding an AI-assisted layer that helps developers use that foundation faster and more effectively. So let me show you what's inside ROCm.ai. It's built on the foundational capabilities of ROCm, our core software stack: runtime, libraries, compilers, tools, framework integration, all of the core software that makes the stack work. On top of that, we built a layer of AI-assisted optimization called Hyperloom. Using Hyperloom, the system can analyze a workload, tune configurations, select and tune kernels, adjust parallelism strategies, and iterate towards performance goals. To give you an example of the power of Hyperloom, I was talking to the lead developer last week. He told me they just pushed through a suite of 14,000 models through Hyperloom, optimizing them and creating valuable insights. This would have been impossible to imagine, even with a large team of engineers before. That's the power of Hyperloom. And finally, we provide an AI-native interface for our developers, AI skills that allow coding agents to understand ROCm natively. I'm incredibly excited by what we have built with ROCm.ai. It's going to profoundly transform the way developers interact with our platforms. So let me make this concrete for you with an example. Imagine you're a developer who wants to optimize Minimax M3 with VLLM on MI355s. Today, there are many things you need to get right. You need the right VLLM optimizations, the right model recipes, the right environment variables. You may need to write new kernels or optimize kernels, and then you still need to tune all of this. With ROCm.ai, this interaction becomes much simpler. So let's see it. You can say, optimize Minimax M3 with Hyperloom. Enter. And behind the scenes, the agent does what an expert would do. Pulls a known good recipe, runs and profiles the workload, it creates and tests a bunch of kernel and runtime configurations, and it keeps iterating towards target. You can actually watch on screen here, ROCm.ai write a GPU kernel. It sees an opportunity to write a more optimized MOE group gem. And the result? ROCm.ai delivers a 38% more tokens per second improvement on this specific example. This is the experience we want for developers. Simple to start. That's pretty cool, huh? Simple to start and powerful to optimize. We've continued our relentless focus on performance. With every release, we've delivered significant performance gains. On leading models like DeepSeek, ROCm.ai delivers 3.3 times speed up over ROCm 7. This has been made possible by innovations at every level of the stack. Techniques such as the use of block-scaled, fused MOE kernels, KV cache quantization, export parallelism. But look, the bigger story is how AI agents actually profiled the workload, proposed new kernels, tested configurations, and actually validated all of the results. That exact same focus is also on delivering performance gains for training. On the same hardware, ROCm.ai improves training performance by an average of 2.4 times. Through optimized kernels such as fused flash attention, more efficient checkpointing, and advanced parallelism strategies. Our engineers have done amazing work to unlock the capabilities of MI455 through ROCm.ai. So I'm delighted to share some incredible results on hardware. On running real workloads, we are able to see the system deliver 20 terabytes of memory bandwidth and 20 petaflops of delivered compute. These are the highest demonstrated compute plus memory capabilities of any accelerator platform in the industry today. It's not theoretical, there's measure. Super exciting that we were able to share this on day one. I'm also thrilled to share that the leading AI ecosystem partners who have had their hands on MI455 have had a delightful experience. You can see here what they've had to say. From end-to-end PyTorch testing to ensuring Hugging Face.
Just listening into the AMD live conference. It's a lot of good things we learned today. I didn't realize CBRS was a big partner. CBRS has these plate size chips surrounded by AMD CPUs to create their server, whereas they don't have a partnership with NVIDIA, which is very curious. I didn't realize they had a partnership with AMD. That's CBRS. Had a nice little pop a few minutes ago. Okay, looks like we might be turning the corner.
And finally, source of the model. There you go. The model is actually up and running. And let's see the model write a simple poem now about advancing AI. Let's hit enter. Is that a pretty cool poem? This is the experience we want to give our users. The developers should not have to manually reason through every layer of model architecture, kernel selection, comms strategy, and rack level deployment. AI is transforming this experience, and that is a very, very big shift for GPU hardware and software. Now, there are few organizations shaping the frontier of AI as much as OpenAI. You heard Lisa and Sachin talk about our partnership. It's been truly wonderful collaborating closely with the OpenAI technical team to make rapid progress with ROCm. To talk about how they are advancing the frontier of software development and our collaboration, I'm delighted to welcome to stage Philippe Tillet from OpenAI. Thank you for joining us here, Philippe. So just so you all know, Philippe is the creator of Triton, one of the most important software innovations in modern AI infrastructure. It's a huge privilege having you here.
Thank you.
OpenAI has always pushed the limits of infrastructure. So, can you tell the team a little bit here today as to how your team actually develops GPU software and how have technologies like Triton evolved?
For sure. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me. I was here 2 years ago. It's my great pleasure to be back now. Look, our way of looking at things is there's no one way to fit all applications, and we really try to meet users where they are. So for that reason, we've developed multiple solutions. So for workflows where speed of iterations is more important, we've developed Triton, as you mentioned. So this is typically what researchers will use. But more and more, we've been in a case where we've had to hyper-optimize performance, and Triton didn't give us the level of control that we wanted. So we've developed Leon for that, which is a lower-level language. And this way, we've been really able to optimize our kernels for AMD, among other things. And yeah, like our agents have become extremely good at both of them, and we've worked with AMD on both of them as well. Yeah, and more and more what we're seeing is agents slowly taking over, they're getting just very good, as you just mentioned, at writing this kind of code.
Amazing. So look, I think the work you have done with Triton and now Gluon, right? It's been really, really moving the ball forward for the entire industry. Now, we began our work together with 300 and, extended at 350, but now we're collaborating at a different scale with 450 and Helios. So would love to hear your thoughts on how that collaboration has been going and how has that experience been.
Yeah, super well. It feels like ages. I think we started years ago on hardware co-design, when MI450 was in the very early prototyping stages. I think we're able to work really well together, and it's so nice to see the outcome of that and the chip. And more recently, we've been working very, very deeply on software enablement for MI450, both for our models, but also for the broader ecosystem. So a lot of this development has been on open source. And yeah, we're collaborating on the full stack now, down to the very low level LLVM code generation. So that all the nice hardware advances that came with MI450 can be properly leveraged in end-to-end applications.
Yeah, and you got your Helios racks, so tell us a little bit about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it worked. Like we got the chip and we got the chip and very quickly, like a single engineer in a few days was able to confirm that everything worked. Obviously, like we have to optimize performance for it, but we're very confident we can get in a very, very good place.
Awesome. That's awesome to hear. So look, one of the more amazing things that we've done recently, right, is our teams have collaborated even more closely in terms of, using AI to program AMD GPUs. So, would love to hear your thoughts and anything you can share with the audience.
Yeah, no, I mean, everyone in this room knows how much agents are taking over our jobs in a sense as kernel engineers. And it's been amazing just to see like how much better they've got over just the past 6 months. And just now they're extremely good at generating just high quality GPU kernels in a way that we're not before. And it's been very great collaborating with AMD on just like making sure that agents not only are capable enough, but also have all the right context they need to be able to make good decisions and good optimizations.
It's great to hear. Yeah, I think the quality of code that's getting produced by AI-assisted kernel generation has been truly remarkable through our collaboration. Very excited. Now, as you look ahead, right? What crystal ball do you have for us for the future of AI software ecosystem and collaborations like ours?
Yeah, so there's two things that really come to mind. One, as we keep talking, is just how good agents are getting. And the other one is, I think, how much the open approach to software of AMD is enabling, not only for OpenAI, but I think for the industry as a whole. I talked a little bit earlier how we've been collaborating on LLVM cogeneration. Yeah. LLVM is an open source project. The entire compiler stack from AMD is open source. And that has allowed us to make our agents really good at very, very low level cogeneration, down to scheduling instructions in assembly. And this has led to like very, very significant performance gain that I don't think we'd have been able to achieve in a fully closed source stack.
Yeah, that's one of the real sort of big value propositions that we have to offer, right? Because everything that we do is in the open, and the fact that AI can actually pick that up is a big one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Philippe. We truly appreciate the partnership, and we're really excited about what we're going to build together.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
What you just heard is extremely important. When we combine better abstractions with AI-assisted development and close hardware-software co-design, we can create some incredibly powerful capabilities. And that's exactly aligned with our strategy. Now, everything I've shown you so far has been about AI, but ROCm is also a great stack for developing high-performance and scientific computing applications. From frontier models to climate simulation, we use the same ROCm. The same library, same tools, same AI-assisted development, one open stack for every single workload. And in fact, when you look at our roadmap, we've retained that very strong focus on HPC and scientific computing. Just like MI455 leads in AI compute with FP4 and memory performance, MI430X leads HPC compute with FP64 and memory performance.
Okay, we're moving back below 7,400 presently.
Different classes of workload.
NVIDIA fading a bit.
MI430X is
NVIDIA fading a bit.
leveraging our modular chiplet architecture to deliver a purpose-built variant with native FP64 hardware, giving customers leadership performance across AI and HPC in a single platform. And this is hardware double precision, not emulation. For the scientific community, that distinction is everything. This product delivers 288 teraflops of FP64 compute, nearly 9 times better than competition, and the same leadership, memory capacity, and bandwidth of MI455. The MI430X ships in the first half of 2027. This is why leaders in sovereign AI love this product. The first sovereign exascale AI factories in both US and Europe are being built on the MI430X. Discovery at Oak Ridge National Labs and Alice Ricoh with CNES and Gen C in Europe. So look, as we look ahead, let me leave you with this thought. Every so often, our industry goes through inflection points. We've all felt it when neural networks first started recognizing cats and dogs, when transformers changed what was possible with AI. I believe we are experiencing another one right now, a real inflection in the ability of AI to program complex hardware systems. Building on the surface area that's been exposed from open source software and leveraging the power of abstracted interfaces, AI is making it dramatically easier to program AI systems. We cannot wait what you will build with it. Thank you. Now, AI is getting pervasively infused into all forms of computing. Enterprises are experiencing the same shift with their own unique requirements. So to tell us more about that transformation, please welcome to stage Senior Vice President and General Manager of Compute and Enterprise AI, Dan McNamara.
Thank you, Vamsi, and good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to bring to you the third pillar of our strategy, which is powering AI everywhere. And the vision behind this has remained the same for several years for us. To deliver the right compute engine to the right workload, and then continuously drive optimization points across our entire portfolio, from CPUs, GPUs, networking, and FPGAs. So, building on what we've already shared, I'll cover how our strategy comes together across our enterprise portfolio and how the foundation we built with the CPU franchise has truly positioned us for the next era of AI across multiple deployment models. So Lisa talked about the frontier model and the hyperscale landscape and just the rapid and massive advances we've seen over the last 6 to 12 months. And those advances are driving the adoption of AI well beyond the cloud. And as AI continues to grow, it will demand compute beyond the massive purpose-built data centers that we all know and love, extending into enterprise, personal, and physical AI. And each of these brings a new or unique set of requirements. Enterprises are usually constrained by power and cooling. Personal AI usually must operate within a fairly limited compute and memory footprint, and physical AI must perform reliably in real-world demanding environments. And AMD is the only company delivering a complete portfolio that spans all of these development models. So I just mentioned that our journey began in the data center with our CPU franchise, and I want to touch on it a bit. With each generation of EPYC, our strategy has been to listen to our customers, address their evolving needs, and deliver the highest performance, lowest total cost of ownership, and the fastest time to value. As Lisa mentioned earlier, we've introduced many industry firsts across our generations that our enterprise customers has actually asked for. And that customer focus has brought us to where we are today, with EPYC as the leader in enterprise computing. And over the last 3 years, there's been very, very strong adoption across the enterprise, with the world's largest companies
All right, sorry about that. We're just oscillating around that 7,400 level right now. We have, if you look at the daily, you can see we got a spinning top.
I'll start at a place that I don't think necessarily everybody starts from here, which is the human. You need world-class teams in order to do this, and you need people that think in workflows. There's an enormous amount of what I call racing from stoplight to stoplight. Folks are going from 0 to 100, and then they hit the next stage of the workflow, and then there's a red light, and they haven't worked their way all the way through that. So I would start with people and the quality of the people that you really have across your enterprise in order to do these things. The second point is we are big believers in data sovereignty. And data sovereignty for us means not being tied to a specific chipset, not being tied to a specific model or a specific set of development tools. You need, as an enterprise, to manage your data. Your data is your fuel in terms of how you implement AI across that broader enterprise. What we've done with AMD, and AMD's been such a great partner in this, is leveraging open source models, leveraging different sets of chipsets, building our own models, training other models. We're one of the few companies in the world that's actually post-trained a model on AMD and then been able to drive equivalency in terms of performance and accuracy with other more expensive chipsets in the marketplace. So as we have done that, we've been able to drive down token costs essentially through moneyballing across all of these different models and leveraging that human capital in a way that's made a big difference to our company. And so increasingly, even though token consumption is going up, we're able to manage that underlying token cost at enterprise scale, which is not a small thing.
Yeah, it's just it's a bunch of great work. Another key area that's sort of groundbreaking, which is exciting also, is you're the first telecom company to actually train a model on AMD, and also you're driving fully open source models in telecom. So tell us about that experience and why you felt like that was needed.
We felt like the industry was moving down a path where folks were only going to use closed source models to solve solutions. And while closed source models are an important ingredient in that,
pretty much the same thing here.
The fact that open source models were going to be a very significant part of the solution. So we announced what we call OTEL 1.0. That's the Open Telco AI model. Been over a year ago or so now, and we had over 18 million downloads of that model since then. We're excited to announce today the launch of OTEL 2.0, which is a more advanced set of models that we have trained on AMD, and we're now making that available via open source across the broader industry. And I think is going to give folks an opportunity to see that not only do you need to think about leveraging models, but you also need to think about training those models and how they work across your enterprise.
So that's just great. We certainly appreciate the partnership, and we really feel like this is germane to the conversation. It's exactly what we've been talking about today, and I just want to thank you again for joining us and the partnership.
Thank you. You're a big part of it.
Okay, so let me close with one last point. We've established ourselves as a leader in enterprise computing by listening to our customers and delivering the right solutions for their workloads. Today, we're extending that leadership to help customers accelerate their AI journey. This is our vision for powering AI everywhere. And to expand a little bit beyond the data center into physical and client AI, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jack Yu, who leads our computing and graphics group. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. It's great to see so many friends, partners, and developers here in San Francisco. Today, we have seen how AMD is building the compute foundation for AI in a data center. But the full AI transformation requires two more ingredients: intelligence that becomes personal, and intelligence that can understand and act in the physical world. Those are the two frontiers I want to explore with you here today. Let's begin with personal AI. Enterprise AI is already reshaping the data center, but agentic AI will extend far beyond it. Agents are the next great productivity multiplier. The jump from software that responds to software that completes work. A personal agent can double what one person can do. A team of agents can multiply that by 10. As agents gain more capability,
Come on, S&P.
output can grow exponentially.
Um,
But that promise has a compute consequence. Unlike a single AI query, as agent reasons, calls tools, in accordance with other agents, and run nonstop, agents become more capable and pervasive. So will token consumption, meaning that demand will require every layer of the computing ecosystem to scale together. Data centers remain the foundation for frontier AI in the most demanding workloads, but edge and client systems can extend that capacity, putting more intelligence closer to where data is created and where the work gets done. The PC is already one of the most powerful compute engines ever placed in the hands of an individual. Across billions of devices, enormous computing capability is already deployed every single day, yet its potential remains largely untapped. Putting that capacity to work changed the economics of computing. More workloads can run on systems that are already in place.
Just listening to the AMD live conference, I already learned a few things today about AMD's prospects and its partners. The biggest one being Cerebras. I had no idea that they were in a partnership together. You got OpenAI. Obviously, people know about OpenAI. What it might have to say about AMD's current price action, which is basing at highs after a large gain since late April.
Last August, GPT OSS needed 120 billion parameters to score 80 on GPQA. Just 7 months later, Coin 3.5 scored even higher, with only 9 billion. Better performance, with 13 times fewer parameters. This is not an incremental improvement. It's a dramatic shift in the compute required to deliver advanced intelligence. And this is a trend, not an outlier. Smaller open models are closing the frontier gap at extraordinary speed. Coin 3.6 27 billion parameter model now outperforms leading frontier models from the previous generation on graduate level reasoning at a fraction of the size and cost. That changes what is possible. Workloads once reserved for the cloud can now run on powerful compute engines designed for personal AI compute. Let's map these model performance breakthroughs to AMD platforms. Ryzen AI 400 supports models up to 24 billion parameters, more than enough for Coin 3.5, 9 billion, with substantial headroom. Ryzen AI Max extends that capacity to models as large as 200 billion parameters, running natively on a personal system. This is not reduced AI, compressed to fit on a PC. It is a new class of personal computing built to run powerful models where the work actually happens. And this is exactly what led us to build Ryzen AI.
Okay.
AI Halo.
Micron, not really. Netflix pulling back. Netflix. SpaceX at the highs of the day. Rocket Labs looking for that to do something. It's been an off day. Chop. A lot of people out there on social media, like Joe Knuckle over at Option Hawk, saying the same thing that we've been talking about for the last couple of days. Money Magic, mentioning it early this morning, not putting money to work. I haven't really done anything today, except maybe adjust a few positions. Nothing to note really of any significance. But choppy day. So we had a nice drop from the open. Came in, and a few of you took some puts earlier. That nice drop from this morning on the he was on in the Nasdaq, I believe Nasdaq. So we're just sitting here watching this, what could be a spinning top doji. Don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but RSI, MACD, stochastics all suggest that we could be moving a bit lower in the short term. Okay, here is the S&P, Doji, spinning top. We're right in the middle of the range, basically at the lower part, lower half of the range.
and turn them into real applications. Together, AMD and Hugging Face will deliver Halo optimized performance for open models and agentic workflows. How cool is that? And along with co-engineered libraries and toolkits designed to help developers spend less time configuring infrastructure and more time building. And later this year, every Ryzen AI Halo box will include a full year of Hugging Face Pro, putting the power of partnership in developers' hands from day one. Freedom and more power to the user. This is how we accelerate innovation in the AI era. And we're already pushing that vision further with Gorgon Halo. And seeing is believing. Look at how small and beautiful this box is.
Nice. Wow, that is a nice look. That is awesome. Got to get one of those.
192 gigabytes. The largest unified memory pool in its class.
192 gigabytes. That's awesome.
From 200 billion to 300 billion parameters.
Gorgon Halo.
Thank you, Laura.
Wow, that's awesome.
Limited to a single platform form factor. Together with the world's leading OEMs, AMD now powers the broadest portfolio of personal AI systems, from laptops and workstations to mini PCs and developer platforms. That means developers, enterprises, and creators can choose the right system for the way they want to build and work. Personal AI is not a concept. It is a category, and it is available right now on AMD. We now have all the pieces. Models are efficient enough. Hardware is powerful enough. Software stack is open and ready. And open harnesses like Lemonade Server can route workloads to the right model and right compute. The technology is here. The next challenge is taking it from one developer's desk to thousands of users across an enterprise. Cisco sees and believes in that future the same way we do. To take us deeper into how we turn that vision into enterprise scale reality.
Okay, S&P is trying to climb a bit. Just got rejected.
President and Chief Product Officer of Cisco.
7,400. Cisco. Now Cisco? Holy shit. Cisco now.
Congratulations. Thank you. Now, Gita, you and I talked about at inflection points. And for the past few years, industry spent time just building intelligence.
All right, let's see what Cisco looks like. All these partners that AMD is bringing on stage in this live conference. Cisco. Let's see what he has to say.
Time to be alive in tech. And if you just take a step back right now and see what's happening, there's actually a fundamental shift that's happening in the patterns of inferencing. So if you think about the patterns of inferencing that existed during the chatbot era that was human-led, it was very, very spiky. You ask a question, you get an answer. What you're starting to see with agents is they're working 7x24. They're very consumptive on bandwidth and on infrastructure. So you're starting to see a much more persistent pattern of kind of demand signal for infrastructure. We usually joke around internally, humans click, but agents swarm.
Yes.
And so as you start to see this, what you're going to have is a tremendous amount of, and there's two big concerns that are also there, which is one is every customer is concerned about security, and every customer is concerned about cost. So what you're starting to see happen is inferencing is not just going to be limited to the data center. Inferencing is going to be distributed everywhere. And there's a whole new class of computing that's emerging with this desk-side computing that you just announced, where there's going to be inferencing that you're going to have a laptop or a desktop where humans work, and they might have a desk-side computer where agents are kind of going out and running their jobs on behalf of humans. So that's what we're seeing essentially.
We're fully aligned, G2, and that's exactly the shift we're seeing. If AI is moving closer to employees, compute has to move closer as well, right? The PC is no longer just a productivity device, because the intelligence node in the enterprise. But deploying intelligence everywhere creates a new trap of CIOs that you and I talk about so much.
We do. Yeah.
How do you operate thousands of these systems with security, governance, and control enterprises require? G2, how is AMD and Cisco solving this, and what are we building together?
Yeah, so this is an exciting time because what you're starting to see is there's a few things that need to really be done. You can't just go out and deploy your desk side computers and hope that everything works out in the enterprise. You need to make sure that it's governed, it's managed. And so there's a few things that are really important. Number one, you have to have an appropriate amount of network bandwidth to satiate the needs of the agents that you're going to run locally. So this notion of network infrastructure that can get modernized to keep up with the needs that you're going to go out and generate is going to be very
Let's keep an eye on S&P.
Like I said, every customer is really worried about token costs. And so we need to make sure that we can actually contain the costs of an agent's consumption of tokens when it actually starts to go around.
Up and down when needed.
Exactly. Number three then is how do we monitor agent behavior for safety and security so that if it does start to do things that we don't want it to do, we can in runtime provide enforcement guardrails. And then fourthly, it's just the overall safety and security that you need to have from an apparatus perspective to get this entire thing humming in the way that you want it to hum.
Yes, Jeet, it's good how you and I think very alike. So, I mean, the opportunity is not just being at every device, as you and I talk. How do we enable enterprise to deploy, manage, and scale out with confidence? Why don't we take a look at what we've been building the past few weeks and months?
Yeah, it's exciting. So basically what we've done is there's a full stack that you can start to think about. So what you folks have done with Halo is you've got an isolated secure agent sandbox, you've got intelligent routing, you've got an MCP, core set of integrations. And then what we've done above that is we've made sure that you have the right level of security policy enforcement. We've also got the right level of observability so that it's an end-to-end resilient infrastructure stack. So it's observability of how is your apparatus and the infrastructure working. Is the agent behavior being done in the right way? Can you observe the agent
S&P rising.
Are the tokenomics within the guidelines that you want them to be? And then what we have is a single unified management plane, a control plane that can look at every single dimension that you have and be managed within one environment. And so that's kind of the full stack, and we're really, really excited about the partnership.
Us too. Our teams love working with your team, G2. How's this all managed? How does the CEO deploy this at scale?
Yeah, so let's take a look at what this looks like, right? Because what we would have is this is Cisco Cloud Control, which is the overall management plane. So if you happen to have Halo devices on every desktop, which it might actually get to, what you want to make sure that you do is you are able to go out and manage your entire estate of not just your Halo fleet, but also what you have running on the data centers as well as what you have running in the cloud. So you can provide full visibility for that entirety of the estate. And then once you've got that, what we also have is this notion of how do we go out and monitor tokenomics. And so is the agent behaving the way that it needs to behave, or is the agent actually going out and being overly consumptive? At which point you should be able to isolate any individual Halo device so that you can make sure that you can quarantine it.
I love this. Then we can actually see the return on invested capital. It could pay for itself in 3 or 6 months, even quicker.
Exactly. So what you see over here basically is you can tell how every single agent is performing and whether or not they're consuming way too much kind of token costs. And if they are, how do you actually contain the costs as you go through it?
No, I love this G2. Now, everyone else is wondering, when can they buy this?
Yeah.
When is this open for everyone?
Well, the good news is you can buy the Halo already today.
Yes.
And then what we're doing
Wow, that's cool. You buy Halo. Let me just check out how much this costs. Halo. AMD Halo.
Availability for a select set of customers, but we'll have it in general availability in the US in early fall. So
Early fall. Early fall, this will be available to the average Joe.
So that you can have inference running in the cloud, you can have inference
Wow,
running in your
that's
data
pretty
center
cool.
privately, or you can have inference running on your desk side.
G2, we're so grateful for partnership with you.
Pricing availability, priced at $4,000. NVIDIA's comparable. Theirs is $8,000. That is really cool looking. They're just presenting this on Yahoo Finance. Very important conference. That's why I'm listening to it. We'll benefit from it, no doubt.
Enters the world in acts. That frontier is physical AI, the ultimate application of agentic frameworks. In the digital world, an agent plans and completes a task. In the physical world, it must also sense motion, navigate uncertainty, and protect people. Here, intelligence does not just produce an answer, it produces an
Okay,
action.
SpaceX breaking higher. SpaceX. Let's see what SpaceX looks like here. SpaceX.
And reliability becomes trust.
SPCX.
So incredibly powerful.
SPCS.
It is not just replacing human potential.
What?
It is about amplifying
SPC.
it.
What am I doing
Giving
here?
surgeons greater precision,
SPCX.
keeping
There we
people
go.
out of
Okay.
harm's way,
It's like what?
making farms more productive, supply chains more resilient.
Okay, so we're bouncing off the lows.
More efficient. The best technology does not make people smaller. It gives them
Still
greater
descending.
reach.
Still descending on the daily SpaceX. You're looking for this reversal at some point to take effect. Still in descending pattern, SpaceX.
Foundation is already trusted by many of the companies to find the future of robotics. And now, that foundation is coming alive in extraordinary ways. These are not machines following a script. They are beginning to perceive the world, reason through uncertainty, and act with purpose. The promise of physical AI already in motion. The next era of robotics is not programmed. It is autonomous. While traditional robots execute instructions, autonomous robots are given an objective. And from there, they determine how to achieve it. And they do this all at once and all in real time. The robot must orchestrate intelligence, motion, and safety continuously. And every part must respond at the speed of the world around it. That demands an entirely new kind of robotics brain. And to solve that, we rethought its architecture from the ground up. Today, I'm so excited to introduce the AMD Korea AI system on module powered by Ryzen AI embedded X100. It brings CPU, GPU, NPU, and unified memory together in one compact, open standard architecture. This allows robots to process perception, AI reasoning, and do it all simultaneously and in real time. The architecture is different, but the results are decisive. In third-party testing against NVIDIA Jensen Thor, Korea delivers 3.4 times better real-time results, 2.3 times more concurrent agents, and 1.6 times more CPU capacity. That means faster reactions and greater headroom for the robot to take on more complex work. And all this without compromising control or safety. But defying the next era of robotics takes more than a powerful brain. Developers need a complete path from idea to a machine operating in the real world. Today, we are introducing AMD's Korea AI Robotics Developer Platform.
Cool.
The industry's first turnkey, open, fully integrated robotic system. Thank you, Laura, so much.
All these smart people on AMD.
Is the Korea AI system on module, paired with a robotics carrier card designed for sensing and connectivity. Built on Brockman and ROS 2, this platform gives developers everything they need to move from concept to prototype in days. And the same module carries forward into production with no migration or redesign needed at the finish line. You can build faster and move from imagination to deployment with absolute confidence. This is the breadth only AMD can bring to autonomous robotics. From the first signal to the final motion. AMD created for the brain, Versal for the spine, Zinc for the joints, and Spartan for the sensors. Each layer purpose-built for its role, working together in one intelligent system, connecting perception and high-level reasoning to real-time control. The future will not be defined by one model, one machine, or one company. It will be built in the open, across silicon, software, systems in an ecosystem moving forward together. From the cloud to the PC, and now into the physical world, AMD continues to build a compute foundation for intelligence everywhere. We're laser focused on the future so our solution can augment and expand what people are capable of achieving. The next era of AI will not just unfold behind the screen, it will unfold in the world around us. And now, to bring it all together and take us to what comes next, please welcome back Lisa to the stage. Hi, Lisa.
All right, thank you, Jack. And it's been a big day. We've covered a lot, from our data center products to enterprise AI to personal and physical AI and the software that ties it all together. This is the strongest product portfolio in our history, and we believe it's the strongest portfolio in the industry. But it's really just the beginning, because what our customers count on is not just today. They really count on us looking ahead and pushing the bleeding edge of
Okay,
technology.
futures back down
So I wanna
again.
spend the last few minutes
SpaceX,
what we're
SpaceX
working
trying to climb more.
Starting with CPUs.
Okay, hammer.
2028, we're
We
going
keep
to
looking for that
introduce
bounce. That hasn't happened yet.
Lawrence brings the next gen Zen 7 cores.
Okay.
It's leading edge process technology. It's a new set of AI compute extensions to really ensure that we have all of the AI capability, and it supports the latest memory technologies. And we're not stopping there. We're already deep in development of Ravenna, our 8th generation EPYC family built on Zen 8, and that family is already well under development for 2030. Now, to give you a little bit of a flavor, Florence is again going to extend our biggest advantage with EPYC. It's all about product breadth and having the right foundation and also the right family for each workload. So you have Florence, you have Ferrara, you have Fidenza, and it's really built on a full family of CPUs that is optimized for these different workloads. That's giving the customers the right CPU for every workload, and that is our commitment with EPYC. Now, moving to Instinct.
Okay.
Continuing our cadence of delivering a new generation every single year. MI500 brings next generation HBM. It brings a larger scale-up domain because scaling is everything. And it introduced new copper and optical interconnects. And with
S&P still
it's powered by our CDNA Next
stuck to the 7,400 level.
development for 2028. Now,
Spending top, pretty decent range too. More than 100 points on the S&P 500 cash and futures. Rocket Labs looks like it might do something right here end of day. Watch Rocket Labs. A number of experts in the field saying that we're only in the first inning when it comes to, I've heard that before, using the analogy of baseball and what inning we're in with regard to AI. But with Rocket Labs and these space-related companies, supposedly, experts are saying we're in phase or first inning, very, very early stages. So Rocket Lab's looking pretty good. It needs to come out of this base and push higher.
The feedback we're getting from customers is just fantastic. Now, put the CPU
Micron still hanging out at the highs. Micron.
and you can now see a complete cadence of our rack scale.
Okay, stocks that led today. Roper Industries went from number 5 up to number 1. Okay, that's still a doji spending top, very similar to what we're seeing on the S&P, only it's above the 50-day. CSX, the rails, big gap up on the rails. Earnings. Okay, so CSX surprised by 2 cents. It came in at 40.84 billion instead of 3.94 billion estimate. Okay, that looks good. Revenue, rails, SanDisk, SNDK, gapping up this morning, following through, dipped a little bit and then followed through. Above its pre-market high and its opening range high. So we'll look for a follow through tomorrow in SanDisk, SNDK. Seagate Technology coming into the last hour and 15 minutes. Seagate SPCX, SpaceX, we just talked about. That's climbing the list. It's on the top of the NASDAQ 100. SpaceX, it's up 1.6%. SpaceX, climbing the list here. SpaceX is climbing the list very quickly. Okay, so it must be breaking out, right? It's above the opening range high and it's pre-market high. I added this line to the script. Okay, I'm very interested in what happens pre-market and whether price can break above it during the day. Usually we look for it early in the morning, but because the markets are so choppy and weak right now, we're not getting good signals from the pre-market high. That said, I did add it to the list. I did add it to my script here. Okay.
What we're focused on is building the technology, the roadmaps, and the partnerships. And there's never been a more exciting moment than today for our 30
Pre-market,
engineers.
pre-market high. This section right here, I just added that.
This is where we make AI, give the AI the opportunity with all the tools and all the capabilities.
And I did publish this as a free script on Thinkorswim, on TradingView. So you can access this now. It's no longer a private script. It's the rain's coming down. It is now open source.
Anticipating subscription revenue was up about
Mm-hmm.
25%. And when we talk about the software stocks, we tend to talk about remaining performance obligations. That is a measure of bookings. That was up 21%. All of that ahead of what analysts had been anticipating. And yet those shares are trading a little bit lower here. Coming up, we're going to look at the state of AI safeguards. That's after OpenAI models hacked into Hugging Face. We'll talk with a security expert next.
At Lazarus Naturals, we believe in supporting a better you. Our products are here to support your journey to well-being. We're here for you every step of the way. Embrace a revitalized, healthier you today.
I'm happy. I'm happy I have gold. I have gold as a hedge against inflation.
All right, so I added that
The
line.
only thing that represents real money. I've had a portfolio of course stocks, but no one ever talked about gold as part of your portfolio. To make a long story short, I ended up buying gold for the first time. And boy, was I excited. What I like about owning physical gold is that I'm in control.
These people are so full of it. They get paid to say buy gold. Not a bad place to buy gold, I will say that. So gold is still basing, isn't it? Gold, G-O-L-D. G-O-L-D, basing at the lows. Okay, still basing down here. So you got a quick stop if you get taken out. But he's talking about physical gold. 4,166 recent high yesterday. 5,000 something was the high for the year. Okay, TNX. All right, as long as TNX is rising, that's bearish for IWM in particular. As we can see, pulled back today. Yields higher, TNX, or yields higher, IWM lower. It's pretty simple. They move opposite of each other. Why? Because it takes small cap companies have a harder time financing their debt and operations. so they have to go to the junk bond market in some cases, not all, but some cases. So it does in fact impact the small caps a lot more when yields are moving higher. It did affect the S&P as well. So this spike up this morning, no doubt we had a lot to do with the weakness that we saw today. If we could get this to move back along with crude oil, that would be good for a bounce. Crude oil at highs. Junk bonds, we need junk bonds to bounce as well. These traders are telling you they're not interested in trading right now. They're risk averse. They don't want to be in the markets buying expensive or risky junk bonds. So they will vacate. They won't be interested. Let's look at the weekly time frame. Weekly. Okay, whenever you start to see this kind of pullback below the weekly 10 EMA, that's a caution signal. We came into the week with a caution signal. We had 4 bullish indicators, 8 neutral, and 8 bearish. So the majority of indicators were either neutral or bearish. And I don't know what's going to happen. Your guess is as good as mine, but we do have rotation. We do have rotation. It's pretty obvious if you just look at the sectors. XLI bounced today, so stocks like Caterpillar, Lockheed Martin, those bounced today. Lockheed Martin with earnings. General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, okay, RTX, Raytheon. Okay, so these big industrial companies are bouncing. You also had healthcare look good. Let's look at XBI Biotechs. Okay, those are holding up pretty well. That's the spider biotech. This is IBB is the NASDAQ biotech ETF. That's holding up fairly well. Real estate was doing well. Real estate is holding up. It's above its 21-day moving average and 50 days. So below its 9 EMA. So we'll keep an eye on that for tomorrow. Utilities also trying to break out. So look at your favorite utilities. Like one of my favorites is American Waterworks, EIX, Edison. What's the other one? American Tower, nothing there. But look at your utilities. Those look good. Consumer staples did pull back. That's kind of unusual, as well as consumer discretionary, big drop. This is mostly due to the weakness in Tesla and Amazon. Okay, those two make up almost 50% of the weight of this particular sector. I wish it wasn't the case, but you know why it's down. XRT had been looking good. Retail was good recently, trending up. Now it's breaking back to the 50-day. Might be a bounce area, so that's something we'll be watching for tomorrow or next week. Energy is a big one. So companies like Chevron, CVX, ConocoPhillips, Diamondback was really up a lot this morning. Diamondback Energy, okay, that faded from the high. ConocoPhillips. The problem with energy is that you could be sitting in this, it could be trending really nicely, like it was over here in March, and then something happens, ceasefire, or I give up, my hands are up, and the market and the energy market drops off. So you have to watch it every day. Keep an eye on it by the close or the open. So those look pretty good. Okay, so energy, let's see, real estate, energy, financials, the big banks like JP Morgan bounced at the 21-day. JP Morgan trending, it's above the 920 50-day. All of those are up and to the right. So like Josh Brown was saying during the halftime report, I agree totally. You know, you can cherry pick the time frame. You know, it can be up one day and down the next. But generally speaking, JP Morgan is going to be trending. Look at the weekly time frame. Okay, that's a nice trend. Goldman Sachs, another one. I believe Corey likes to trade Goldman Sachs. Morgan Stanley is another one. I know Frano likes Morgan Stanley. I like them. I like all three of them. Citigroup, I have a position in Citigroup, looking for that to bounce back above the 50-day. Almost got there yesterday. You've got Bank of America, which upgraded. Who did they upgrade this morning? Who did they upgrade this morning? I'm losing track. Big contracts with Tesla, Bank of America upgrading. Refresh my memory. I got so many things running around in my head. Okay, SpaceX is taking off here. SpaceX. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right, so we just got up there and some profit taking above the pre-market high. Still building what looks like a hammer on the daily SpaceX. I think our best odds are with XLI right now. As we see more rotation, I guess SpaceX would be considered industrials, right? XLI, Caterpillar. Caterpillar's a good one. John Deere. Okay, let's go look at industrials. Boeing, nothing there. CHRW, transportation. Carlisle Group turning up, that looks good. These are all 60-minute charts. So with Carlisle, you can see it's trying to change direction. Carlisle, daily, not the best looking chart. This is probably something you could sell condors on. Sell above the highs and down below. Let's see what the weekly looks like. Yeah, you could sell down here at, say, 280, 270, something like that. Carlisle Group. CSX, that's up today. CSX Rails, Caterpillar, we just talked about. Centos, Industrials. This is a economically sensitive company. It has over 1 million customers worldwide. Whenever this is rising, this is said to be good for the economy because of what the company represents. It sells and rents corporate identity products and uniforms and such. You've seen their trucks around, I'm sure. Okay. You've seen these trucks around. Centos, the uniform people. That's an economic indicator. Okay, so whenever this is rising, that tells you that the economy is improving. Whether we disagree or not, employers are hiring. So this is good to see. Copper is also another indicator that we should keep an eye on. Copper, we want copper to be higher. Okay, that's trending. Weekly, I would say that's trending. It's pulling back right now, but for the week, copper, Deutsche Bank commodities, we want this lower, not higher. This is a bearish indicator. This is one of the bearish indicators for the week. We had 8 bearish, 8 neutral, 4 bullish. Commodities, you always want commodities moving lower, not higher. Unless the economy is like going crazy. Generally, you want commodities to be moving lower. Fertilizers, things like that. Let's see. Fertilizers, CF Industries, trending. Okay, so we're still on industrials. We left off with Centos, Cummins Engines. Okay, range bound. Danaher, big move today for Danaher. They picked up, they bought another company that we were talking about recently. I forget who. Who did Danaher buy recently? Danaher, Massimo Corporation, diagnostics and patient platform, monitoring platform. Okay. Oh, they had that lawsuit against Apple. That's what it was. The Apple Watch. They didn't get awarded anything, but Apple had that news. All right, so Apple pulled back because of that news yesterday. Looking for a bounce. This is a previous breakout level. Okay, so we could see a pullback to breakout. So mark that on your calendar. We're watching the previous pivot high. Okay, from December last year. Okay, over here in December, last week of November, first week of December, we hit that high. We broke out, we dropped below it. This was the flip phone debacle, right? The flip phone, I think that was. We dropped, and that was a great entry on a pullback. Many of you bought there. Okay, so right now we're watching Apple for a trade tomorrow. You know what? Let me queue up Discord. Maybe we'll get an end of day trade. Okay, yesterday we had Apple at the end of the day. It was like a really quick move. 2.5 points for a 50 delta call. That's $150. 150 bucks. 2.5 points. $150.
NVIDIA Pulse. Shenanigans. NVIDIA Pulse. Shenanigans. NVIDIA Pulse.
Ooh, lots of NVIDIA Pulse. Okay, so a lot of NVIDIA Pulse. Calls, 100%. NVIDIA Pulse. End of day. Let's see. NVIDIA. Okay, good time to queue in here. NVIDIA. Wow. $15.01. NVIDIA. 301. Okay, so several big trades there on NVIDIA. Let me run a
Pulse. Long dated.
NVIDIA, a bunch of pulse alerts here. Doesn't mean go and buy it. It means keep an eye on it. Okay. NVIDIA Pulse.
Q's Pulse.
Okay, watching NVIDIA for any kind of signal here. We're still pushing a bit lower. Micron, I have December calls. That's a nice cheat sheet there, David. Nice cheat sheet. Okay, so we left off on Danaher. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Danaher industrials are doing really well. Danaher, big move. John Deere, Dover. Some look better than others. ETN, Emerson Electric. That's a good one. Emerson. Don't like the daily. This is a good one for selling condors. Okay. Implied volatility. Let me see what implied volatility is on this one. EMR. I want implied volatility rank, IB rank to be high, above 50%. Let's see. We're going with EMR. Okay, implied vol. IB rank is 72%. Okay, when do they have earnings? IB.
Long dated.
All right, this is a good one for selling condors if you're interested. EMR, Emerson Electric. Okay, August the 4th. So we got a couple of weeks. So maybe you sell 3 weeks out. EMR. You see why? Do you see why? EMR. You see the sideways range?
Long dated.
So if you had a sideways range, let me just zoom out a little bit. Let's go 9 months.
AMD pulse.
Okay, sideways range. So I would sell condors like probably 155. Sell 155, buy
NVIDIA pulse.
160. NVIDIA, more NVIDIA pulse alerts. Multiple. Still dropping though. NVIDIA. What's the deal here, NVIDIA? NVIDIA. I don't know. It's right below the 50-day. Somebody likes NVIDIA. I can't do it. Cannot do it. Somebody likes it though. NVIDIA. And those are all calls, right? NVIDIA. 20 times baseline, 2.2 million
Micron pulse.
in 1 minute
Long
versus
dated.
3 minutes.
SPX pulse.
Let me go run a scan real quick and see what's moving. What's moving here? Let's run a scan. See what's moving end of day. NVIDIA.
SPX pulse.
All right, got S&P is trying to bounce. All right, Cerebras. Cerebras had a nice bounce, right? Cerebras, CBRS. That pulled back like yesterday. Micron is not following through. It keeps trying. Micron. If they keep adding customers, big chip order from a big DRAM order from Tesla. You got upgrades from Bank of America. Let's see what Bank of America actually said.
DTE pulse. Size.
Bank of America reinforced its bullish outlook, arguing the latest wave of open source artificial intelligence models strengthens rather than weakens the long-term investment case for the memory chip maker. Micron gets a major vote of confidence from Bank of America. Yeah, I saw this recently. Bank of America investors said investors are misreading the impact of open weight AI models, such as Moonshot and Kimi 3.
Long dated. 0 DTE pulse.
Micron continues expanding long-term supply agreements with automotive, in particular Tesla. Remember back in COVID when Tesla cornered the market on all of the chips that were out there? They had set up deals before, I guess before COVID. People were afraid about spending money. Tesla went. Elon had management go out and purchase a whole crap ton of chips and such. Okay. Anyway. Let's see. S&P 500. Equal weight. Okay, this is S&P equal weight. This looks a little worse for where? Okay, we are bouncing right now. You can see the wick on that candle, but 50-day is right below. My guess is that we're going to test the 50-day tomorrow or next week. 50-day in terms of the S&P. Unless all of these New York Fangs can manage more of a bounce. NVIDIA was looking good there for a while. Meta as well. Google backed off. Cerebras. This is the second time I tried to get above this level over here, 253, 245. Got rejected at 245. So there are people that are still here that are bag holders. Once these sellers are finished, you can see there's more volume coming in on the buy side. So once these sellers are finished at the 245 zone, third week of June, you can see that pop right there. There's people here that were looking for the breakout like we were. At the same time, we were looking at the same thing. It dropped off, double bottom, now following through. So taking out 245 is important. because once these, anyone who wants to sell will sell at 245 or so. Then we net 253, same idea. And then we start to turn and build the right side of a cup. Still waiting for that to happen. Okay, so we're looking for the right side of a cup. Okay, so we're looking for this. And once we get past this right here, that arrow points at the pivot that I'm looking at. Once we get past that pivot, all right, we can push through this. Okay, there's bag holders there. Bag holders. Let me just mark bag holders. Okay. Applied Materials, that was active this morning. I just got a pulse alert for Applied Materials. That was active this morning. Okay, Micron pulling back. Doing what, Micron tends to run after hours. I don't know if you've noticed that. Okay, Applied Materials looked good this morning, but it faded. Pretty much everything is succumbing to gravity as the markets pull back. Coinbase was up 2 days in a row, Monday, Tuesday, faded Wednesday, Thursday. Most of people that I pay attention to out there in social media, professional traders, all saying the same thing that money was saying yesterday and today. Not a good day to put money to work. And that's exactly what we did. We just kind of sit here and watch things. If you scalped like Cayman did, he had a nice short early. Grover had a nice long from the open. Very quick to get out. Good thing because the market's rolled over. But bounced at 73.75. We had Captain Cautious gave us a good signal. He noticed 73.75 appeared where it didn't appear early in the morning. Okay, so if you look over here on the left, see this level right here, 73.75. Now let me scroll back to the open. Here's the open. Right there is the open. Okay, now watch this 73.75 area right in here. Okay, around, I guess 11 o'clock, was it, or 10 o'clock? Let's see. $10 o'clock, watch right here. 73 cents, there it is right there. Sure, I'm looking at the wrong spot. Okay. Sorry. Right there, 9:30. So right here is where we're looking. 73.75, right in this zone. 73.75, right there. 73.75, there you go. Started to show up, and that's exactly where we bounced today. That's exactly where we bounced, 73.75. Good catch there, Captain. Good catch, 73.75. That was a nice little rally up there for anybody that took it. Looking for S&P to get back up to VWAP at a minimum. Still thinking we're going to have a bearish day tomorrow. Okay. So anyway, I was talking about Danaher. Okay, if you're going to something like this is in a range, maybe you sell some premium. Probably would go up to 165. Actually, go sell the 160. It has an IB rank of 74%, so that's telling me anything above 50%, IB rank above 50% is telling me that it's good to sell. I would probably sell down below to make it at this low right here. And then I would buy something a little bit lower. So sell right around 125, right about there, and buy the 120, something like that. And go 3 weeks out. That looks good, right? Coinbase.
SpaceX shenanigans. SpaceX. SpaceX. SpaceX.
SpaceX alerts. We'll see if that happens. Anything comes of it. SpaceX. Okay, so we had a better level earlier right there. Need to get above 120. 135 was the IPO price. It opened at 150. So we're still trading at a discount. All right, we got 40 minutes to go. 40 minutes.
Sure, investors are going to look at this.
All right, we're starting to bounce. SpaceX had a whole bunch of trades just now on SpaceX.
SPX pulse.
Okay, a whole bunch of SpaceX. A whole bunch in a row here. SpaceX Pulse, a whole bunch of SpaceX Pulse alerts. Puts leading. Puts leading. Puts leading. All of these are puts. Okay, are they selling puts? Is that what they're doing? Could be that they were selling puts. Have to check the options chain to see.
AMD pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
SpaceX with a bounce. Okay, S&P turning back up. S&P turning back up.
DTE puts. Size.
S&P trying to get back above 7,400. It'd be nice if we closed near VWAP at least. Got 37 minutes to go. People keep talking about Bitcoin. It's funny, they bring on people about Bitcoin when Bitcoin's at the lows, trying to pump people into it, it seems. Bottom line for today, it's been a slow day because we haven't done much. with the markets moving lower, if you had any sort of protection like VIX calls or puts, put flies, whatever. A lot of profit taking. We're starting to see it. The index move back up. Intel, should I buy puts for Intel just in case it gaps down? Probably should, right? I'm not going to do a, yeah, same here, Grover. Only interested in scalping. All right, reversion back to the highs. Got to get about 7,400.
Amazon Pulse.
That was Lisa Sue talking. Okay, Lisa Sue.
So it's really huge and tremendous. And I'm very happy to announce this morning we announced that our Helios rack scale system is in full production, as well as our new Venice processors are in full production. And this is like a huge step up in terms of
Yeah, you're buying NVIDIA, you're buying AMD before it breaks out. Okay, nice mean reversion. Good call there, Grover. I see it running up as well.
Zero DTE put strip. Size AMD Pulse. Long dated.
You've literally been building toward this. Pensando, I think about our conversations, Austin, San Jose, etc. You announced these major customers for Helios out of the gate. How much of that is dedicated volume? How much of it is pilot?
Zero DTE
I
pulse strip.
think what you can say
SPX
is with a
pulse.
system as
Long
complex
dated.
as Helios, people don't do this type of work for quote-unquote pilots because it's a lot of
SPX
work
pulse.
when you
Long
have
dated.
major foundational model companies needing to put their resources, optimize their latest models to our hardware. So certainly, OpenAI and Meta, we've talked about multi-gigawatt scale for MI450 deployments, and then just this week
Zero
we announced
DTE
Anthropic,
put strip.
which will do up to 2 gigawatts of MI450 and Helios starting in the first half of 27. So these are large scale deployments, and
Nice mean reversion back towards VWAP. 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 I call it VWAP.
But it's going extremely well. So it's a happy day for us.
Now, I don't know that you've announced pricing, but
Let's see how much AMD is appreciating. Coming off the low, AMD.
pricing on the premium end. How much of that is because TSMC
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Deep
that
calls.
would just be because of the constrained environment and supply in general?
Well, the most important thing that I would say, John, is to focus on tokens per dollar. I mean, that's what the entire industry is talking about. It's talking about tokens per dollar. And from our standpoint, we actually win on both sides. Our Helios systems have more
Zero
performance
DTE
than our
call
competition.
side.
And so, it's
Size.
all anywhere from
Zero
10 to
DTE
15%
put
plus more
strip.
performance. And we also have lower tokens per dollar. So, up to a 30% benefit for our customers in terms of tokens per dollar.
Nice reversal. With 32 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Nice reversal underway. Many of you calling it in the room. Good job keeping the team alert. Just another reminder, if you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Thursday, July the 23rd. Next weekend is my birthday. I plan on taking Friday off. I'm going to drive down and visit with my mom. John, if you're available, I might be interested in buying a cup of coffee as I drive through Jackson. If you're interested, love to meet you.
Around inference, the speed of inference, the efficiency of it. And then
So that's going to be, I'll leave Thursday night, so I'll be Friday morning. Takes about 12 hours to get there, so I'll leave about What time do I want to leave?
especially as people are thinking about AMD's
I'll think about that.
versus NVIDIA CUDA?
Yeah, I think the main thing that you should think about is, we are big believers in making our hardware obviously very, very competitive, very capable, very performant, but also super easy to use. And that's where we are today. We've made tremendous progress on the software side. We announced, sort of a new software suite that really allows developers, to get things running on day one. One of the stories that I love about our work with Anthropic is, they had a single engineer working on our MI355 systems, and they were able to get, very, very good performance over like a weekend. So that's the type of capability that we have. And the key is we believe that there'll be lots of different types of compute. So we're excited about our announcement with Cerebrus. We're excited about the fact that Helios is very much ramping into production. But we're also excited about where the enterprise is going. How do we help our customers?
All right, so what do I want to do with Intel?
The whole suite of compute that they need. We also see
Intel.
personal and edge AI becoming more important.
Do I want to buy some puts?
The overarching thing is
Puts.
we have a tremendous
90 put.
compute portfolio that has the right compute for the right workload.
Intel. I want to buy some puts. I have calls as well.
As possible and as efficiently as possible.
Tell me, I have time for one more question, so it's got to be this one. How confident are you that you can get
So basically, it'll be a long iron condor.
that you need to put into those Helios racks to allow you to take share, even if you do have this performance advantage over the competition?
John, we have been working on this for years, so our supply chain is absolute world class. I am extremely confident. I think the fact that demand is even higher than we expected.
95 is a 33 delta.
We have a tremendous set of relationships.
Buy 95.
Wafers, back
Vertical 95.
So I'm
Puts
feeling really, really good about our position, and it's wonderful to see
90.
all this, work over many years kind of come to fruition with the launching of Helios today.
All right, don't tell anybody where you keep your memory. Yeah, Lisa, thank you.
Thank you, John.
All right, John Ford, thank you very much for that. CEO Lisa Su as well.
It would be funny if NVIDIA does nothing. I just bought some puts at 95.90 put spread. 95.90 expires tomorrow. For cheap. Hopefully NVIDIA blows out. Be good for the entire market. I got a feeling, I don't know. I just got a feeling the markets are going to be disappointed in Intel earnings and we're going to move lower. All right, we just got rejected. All right. Slow day. Not much to do today. Just watching the S&P fading back. S&P just chopping people up, back and forth, back and forth. Micron just dipped a little bit. Now it's bouncing. Micron has been running after hours. I don't know if you've been noticing it. So if you're trading shares, a different story. You can get out at highs and then wait for the morning session. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, finishing off the day. Coming into the close with 24 minutes to go. Top stock on the NASDAQ 100. Roper Industries followed by CSX, the rails, CSX. Honeywell, number 3. Micron, number 4. Micron, we'd like to see you up a little bit more. It's up 2.8%. While it looks like a dog, Honeywell, because it's not doing what we want it to do, which is to rip higher and break out, it did gap up today. So there's that, right? Micron. And it's above the 50-day. And you got the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA turning up through the 50-day. So probably just a few days from now, we'll be looking at Micron back up into this this high area here. So another type of consolidation. All right. So you know what a cup and handle looks like. So you got the trend up. We've got the stock appreciating 293%. I mean, seriously, 293% appreciation. And how much will we pull back? We pull back from here to here about 38%, 40, let's just say 40%. Okay, whoops, let me go over here. Okay, there. Okay, do that. Let me do this. Okay.
Welcome back to Closing Bell. Earnings may be strong, but concerns over AI and the continued conflict in the Middle East are proving to be stronger headwinds for the market at large. Here to discuss what to watch and what it all means and how to best weather
300 over 300% gain.
Institute's senior global
All right, some of you rode this entire move. I sold at 155 or 535. 535. While I was somewhat disappointed that it kept running, many of you did very well, so I'm very happy for you. Okay, so what we're looking at now is a cup consolidation. And we'll probably get a handle somewhere. Looking for a cup and handle. Okay. Looks good, right? This looks really good. So being patient is part of the game. Being patient. Everything is firing in the right direction. Now we just need to see some volume. Okay, that looks good. Looks good. Cup and handle. Yeah, see, everybody's saying the same thing. We want to be buying dips.
And then versus what we've seen from the VanEck Vector Semiconductor ETF, which is, by the way, outperforming broader tech today. When you say buying dips, does that also include the growing influence of those chip stocks in this market?
You know, I think it does. You know, as portfolio managers and as strategists, you know, you have to look at these big cap sectors of the market. I mean, you have to do the same thing whether you're looking at the consumer discretionary sector or communication services. You got to look at those large cap names and those large cap groups that really control what the index does. So clearly there's going to be a lot of chip demand. I'm not sure that production, we know right now it can't keep up with demand. It takes a while to expand production. We're going to see some good earnings there. So, you know, when we see pullbacks in the market, we certainly want to be overweight technology. We're also overweight financials. That happens to be our favorite sector, and utilities and materials as well. So we're looking at all those sectors. We've been doing some rebalancing. Let's say, for instance, energy's been a real outperformer here over the course of the last month. Not a surprise. We went back off of that. We're underweight energy. We want to take some.
Yeah, exactly.
Into some of these other sectors.
Exactly, Freno.
Sectors that have underperformed here.
All right. In the midst of all of this, there are bigger factors at play with regard to global markets. But I'm going to narrow it down to just one.
Yeah, now that they're all millionaires, you know, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times over. Now that they're millionaires, they can, you know what it is? You know why they're doing this? Pretty obvious why they're doing it. They want to show they're doing it. The only reason they're doing it. Midterms.
And maybe perhaps provide a little bit of a tailwind further for that broader AI trade.
Well, we're certainly underweight the long end of the U.S. yield curve here. I think interest rates are going to drift a little bit higher here. You know, we're going to see reasonable growth. You know, there's a risk premium, there's a term premium. So I think that for us right now, we're underweight the 10 and 30-year maturities. I think we're going to stay that way for a while. We think those rates are going to go higher. You know, we've been of the stance that the Federal Reserve isn't going to do anything, but of course this last run up here in oil, and we'll see what these inflation readings are, but that's not helping. That's not helping either. But for us, these longer term rates are going to likely go higher. We've seen that really going on around the world. And, you know, that's probably a trend. You know, we're not expecting the 10-year to get to 5.5%, 6% or anything like that, but to drift higher. You know as well as I do, historically, 4.75%. I mean, that's normally not anything to get too worried about, but the market's very sensitive to it right now. We have all these long duration assets like AI, like private equity. We have all those things that, you know, when you discount cash flows from the future and it's at a higher rate, that causes a lot of volatility right now. So that's what I think we're seeing right now. We have interest in the short end of the curve because we think those rates are pretty nice where they are right now. But long end, I don't think we're going to get too fond of that.
You know, we all want to get our fix for the day. every day having, 100%, 1,000% gains, whatever. We all want that. On days like today, it's very frustrating because, after you've been doing this for a while, it's frustrating. Even if you haven't been doing it for a while, it's frustrating not having those gains every day. So you go through this sort of withdrawal, or unless you've been doing it for a while, you know to do other things. Take notes, write some scripts, do whatever. So Jason over at Three Peaks had interesting an interesting post on X, and what he was talking about was divergences between VIX and VVIX, which is really good. I just added this because it's a good post. A short volatility signal, when volatility spikes, obviously you want to look for VIX in the high 30s, with VIX at 115 or higher and VIX at 35 or so. VIX rising, but traders stopping their hedging. This is exhaustion. VIX about to peak. So the trade is down here. Bullish divergence set up. Okay. And he actually gets into a play, which I thought was really good. And of course, the other one is a bearish divergence, buy protection. Okay, you want to be buying protection when VIX is like really low and VIVIX is at 85 or so. So up here I have VIVIX. VIVIX is at 8. Let me flip this back over. I have it flipped just to compare. Okay, take the minus sign out of the way. Okay, so this is at 105, close to it. 104. Okay, so this is really good. VIX is 18. VIVIX at 85 or so. Buy protection signal. VIX is calm, but traders are increasing their hedging as VIVIX, VVIX moves higher. Smart money is positioning for a spike in VIX. VIX at the lows, VIVIX at the highs, rising. They're both really rising at the moment. It's no longer at 16, it's at 20, just below 20. So I have to take this with a grain of salt. This is exactly what I have, 2025 call spread for VIX. That's exactly what I have for September. And very similar was my reasoning behind it. Do I want to do it the other way? VIX compared to VIVIX. All right, so we continue to drop off here, S&P. And everything else is going, flow a little bit lower too. A lot of these stocks gapped up. S&P 500 fading below 7,400. 73.75 was the level before. And 73.75 is still there. Still there. They're going to flush it out at the end of the day. 99 percentile, end of day. Are these guys going to do okay? It looks like they're going to do okay. With 12 minutes to go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right, just about 12 minutes until the closing bell right now. Let's get back out to Christina Partsenevelos for a look at the key stocks to watch as we head towards that bell. Christina.
Well, let's start with Mobileye shares because they are dropping almost 15% on a leadership shakeup. So the company announced its CEO is going to step down after running the company since founding it back in 1999. This is an autonomous driving company, also forecasting a revenue drop for the third quarter, stock on pace for its worst day since August 2024. Intel also a big shareholder. Cleveland Cliffs surging after the steelmaker forecast profit in the second half of the year will be the strongest.
Cleveland Cliffs, that is an industrial. Cleveland Cliffs doing well. Okay, so let's look at Cleveland Cliff. CLF. Cleveland Cliff gapping up. Okay, Steel Dynamics. These stocks will probably get a bid too. Steel Dynamics. Let's go look at those steel stocks. Steel stocks. Okay, Cleveland Cliffs gapping up. CMC, Commercial Metals, moving higher. KMT, Kenna Metal. MT, this is ArcelorMittal, German steel. Masabi Trust, Japanese steel. Nucor, one of the better companies out there. Nucor, I think they're based in Tennessee. Nucor, where's Nucor based? Nucor, where is it based? Nucor, San Mateo, San Francisco. We've got London, New York City. No, Nucor. This is wrong. Nucor Steel. North Carolina. Okay, Charlotte. 16th largest steel producer in the world. Okay, so North Carolina. Nucor. Okay, Reliance Steel. Ryerson Holdings, steel company. Steel Dynamics, we just talked about. Timken Steel, that one looks pretty good, $140 per share. Metallus, $20 stock, steel. This one could go a little bit more. Metallus MTUS. Ternium Steel, bullish, $47 stock. Vale, pushing higher. And Worthington Industries. I believe that's it. Yeah, that's all the steel stocks I have for now. All right, so we got a little drop. Now we're bouncing back up. All right. All right, so should I buy more of these VIX call spreads? They're going for $1. All right, VIX. Okay, we're back down to 19 and change. I'm trying to add to my 2025 call spreads, VIX 2025 for September. Expire the 16th of September. That's a Wednesday.
these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, Oliver Rennick is standing by live from the SIBO Global Markets out in Chicago. Christina Partsinevelos and Wedbush's Matt Bryson are here to break down Intel earnings, which are just moments away. Let's start, Mike Santoli, with you. When we spoke on the halftime report, it was about kind of whether or not we saw any kind of momentum shifting in this market. We've resumed here. What's your takeaway given this kind of drift today?
Yeah, Dom, I mean, look, the mode has been bend but don't break. This range has held for a couple of months, but the action the last couple of hours did show some slippage there in what had been generally a much more smooth type of rotation towards strength and away from weakness over the course of the day. We've seen so many days recently when you'd see the S&P 500 down, but let's say a majority of stocks up. You've had places to go, but yields going higher, making fresh highs, oil doing what it's doing, alongside the fact that we simply cannot have the hyperscalers and the semis rally as one, or today really even any of them do much of anything to the upside. It just leaves a narrower path for the bulls at the moment. You've made a new July in the S&P 500. You're not too much.
Rob, you talking to me? You talking to me? Okay, yeah, let me just do that.
Maybe the pressure is building a little bit to have some of these things give, whether it is on the yield macro side or somehow to have some of these earnings reports give some comfort to the people concerned about CapEx and payoff.
All right, Mike Santoli, thank you very much for that. We'll see you in just a few minutes here on Closing Bell Overtime. Let's now get out to Oliver Rennick.
Do you have, Rob, do you have stock charts?
Stocks are struggling to hold a bid. We are near the lows of the day. There's one explanation using options that should put investors on some degree of alert. For the past 2 months, big institutional options dealers, the market makers you hear behind
You have a stock charts account?
own both call and put options. These traders generally don't like directional exposure.
TC 2000? Okay. Well, you could duplicate this. All right. So you could duplicate it.
And selling stock when the market rips to hedge their calls. This works until the market starts moving too fast in one direction.
Let's see. VIX, PXV.
The point in the S&P 500 at which they go from subduing volatility to adding to it is a major focal point for options traders. Some call it a flip point or a risk pivot, and it looks like the first levy, S&P 500 at 7,500, has already broken. The next one at 7,400, the sound you hear behind me is that level temporarily holding at the moment, Dom.
All right, Oliver, watching that delta and, of course, the gamma as well on those options markets. We appreciate that. Let's get out to Christina Partsinevelos with what to watch from Intel in overtime. Christina.
Well, Dom, what matters this quarter is really the split.
I have a long iron condor for Intel. Hopefully it moves in one direction or another enough to make up the other side. Otherwise, it could just get squashed.
The PC side, though, is the drag. Laptop prices are rising as memory costs climb, and sales are expected to stay weak into the holidays, which is usually the best stretch of the year. Margins could be a swing factor too. Intel guided gross margins down 2 points this quarter as it ramps its newest manufacturing process, but higher chip prices could more than offset that. And then the wild card is Foundry. Intel, and that's the fabrication manufacturing units. Intel has signaled it could name an outside customer in the second half or third half. We will see. And lastly, keep an eye on the stock move. Texas Instruments, TSMC, ASML all posted really strong earnings results, and yet all of their stocks traded lower after the results came out. So a good quarter may not be enough, Dom.
Buy the rumor, sell the news, I guess, Christina. Thank you very much for that. Now let's bring in another conversation into this. That's Matt Bryson over at Wedbush, covers the company, Intel. Let's talk about what your expectations are, Matt, for this.
I think Intel's going to come in ahead. I mean, as Christina said, they've been raising pricing. They've been telling people at conferences that yields are better than they expected. And server demand, I just came from AMD's AI event, and server demand is phenomenal. People are spending more. People just told you that. So I fully expect them to be both on the revenue line and the margin line.
You know, Matt, Intel has moved a little bit more from outside the fringe with regard to the AI conversation, more towards the fringe and maybe more even inside of it. How much is the AI story going to be something that Intel needs to somehow accentuate to get investors to now buy into the next leg of its potential upside?
So I think they're there is huge. For agentic AI, you just need server CPUs, and Intel is the largest single seller of server compute. If you're looking at the accelerators where NVIDIA, AMD are playing, I think that's a tougher task for them. And I think the more important thing for Intel is just getting its manufacturing right, getting its chip design right, blocking and tackling, not necessarily moving into agentic AI.
All right, and Matt, one more point before we let you go. You're going to be watching the price action vis-a-vis the fundamentals. The options market right now currently pricing in what could be an 11.5% to 12% move in these shares after results post. That's in line, believe it or not, with what it's done as a stock over the past 8 quarters of earnings results. Do you expect fireworks from the stock price reaction this time?
I don't know. I think they're going to give us a really good number. The problem with Intel is you can't really explain where the stock is via earnings power. And so I think this report's going to be like a box of chocolates in the sense that even if they give us a really good number, I don't know that anyone knows what you're going to get with the stock.
Yeah, I like it. I like the Forrest Gump reference there as well. Matt Bryson, wish good luck with the earnings report after the closing bell. We'll see you later on this afternoon. That does it for the closing bell.
Oh, wow, that snuck up on me. That was a nice little bounce. VIX just dropped off. S&P, nice pop back to VWAP. Intel going. Intel popping. All right, folks. Listen, have a great evening. Okay, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. There's the closing bell. I'll be sitting there watching Intel and a few other things, writing some code and stuff. So have a great evening. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.